The only bad part about starting the brand new podcast is that we have no structure and no formula, so I don't know how do we like get the how do we start?
We could just go like, hello and welcome to the podcast that doesn't have a name yet.
All right, perfect. We're gonna start with right there. That
There we
moment.
go.
The podcast with no name. Welcome. I am NeonManta,
And I am Evan, otherwise known as Ev.
and this is the podcast with no name. Tentative title, like 5,000 asterisks next to it.
We are great hosts. We're very professional. I am the living embodiment of professionalism.
Definitely not the second time we've ever interacted in a chat before.
True, though.
So, Evan, please tell us why have we gathered on this night?
Well, you see, we decided to slave away watching mostly garbage, but some good seasonal first episodes of anime.
Some first, some second, some maybe even fourth episodes of the summer 2021 season.
Oh, I've got you beat. I watched 5 episodes of Tsukimichi.
You motherfucker!
Well, I guess
Alright,
the first thing to do is find the first show that we're going to be talking about.
Oh yeah, we're gonna go in order for we're gonna start with the Cool Kyoshinja Trinity, because I think that's special to both of us, and then we'll just go down in order of the release schedule.
Kokyo Shinja is an absolute legend, and I haven't even read his manga. I just like Dragon Maid.
Cool Kyoshinja is currently my favorite manga author. I've not read some of the all-time greats yet. Like I've seen Dragon Ball Z to death, and I love everything Akira Toriyama does. I have not read the Dragon Ball Z manga. I plan to buy those big compilation books and one day read the original. But and as of right now, of all the manga that I've read, which is not a lot, it's barely anything. But Dragon Maid is my favorite manga, and Cool Kyoshinja his writing speaks to me on a personal level that no other author that I've ever read books from has.
His writing has like a very, I guess, specific, like his writing and characters have a very specific feel to them. Like, I can't understand what my husband is saying. That feels a lot like Dragon Maid, even though they're like 2 completely different shows.
Yeah, it feels like the way he writes people is like almost like if those people don't already exist in his life that he has modeled them after, then it's the kind of people he wishes were in his life that he could talk to.
Like, I don't know, they feel sort of simultaneously like completely over the top and yet grounded at the same time, and I kind of love it.
Yeah, it's like we'll get to the good one soon, but it's like in Dragon Maid, like Kobayashi is as grounded and like not fantastical at all, and then she has this amazing dynamic with Toru, who is like, even though she is bombastic and if she so desired could bring about the calamity of the earth, the way that like she has her dragon worldviews that vary greatly from humans on the surface, but Kobayashi is able to encapsulate them all and put them in her feelings into these boxes and frame them like, no, it's really what you have is a human mindset just taken to its like craziest logical degree.
Yeah, somehow Cool Kyoshinja made it so that 2 characters who could end the world on the spot somehow feel like just normal people that I could hang out with.
Kobayashi can end the world on the spot?
No, I'm talking about Ailulu and Toru.
Oh. I mean, I don't know, maybe Kobayashi's got the fucking nuclear code somewhere.
Kobayashi has hacked into the White House, and she will nuke the entire Earth. Don't test her.
I'd fucking let her. If Kobayashi nuked me, I would thank her. In my
Is this a
burning, irradiated corpse.
Is this a simp moment or an I want to die moment?
Yes. Also, his art is just fantastic. The way he draws characters, it's like they're simultaneously like anatomically incorrect. Like every time he posts a original drawing to his Twitter, and where it's usually one of the Dragon Maid girls in like in a bikini or whatever kind of outfit, he always draws his women like one of two ways. They either have the most massive impossible tits, or they have no tits at all.
That is not a lie. I
Like
really love his character
there's
design.
either a Kobayashi, or she draws a Kobayashi, or a Toru.
Or a Lukoa.
Yeah, Lukoa and Ilulu are like the extreme ends. Like he'll mix and match. Like if you want to boil it down to like it's the most basic interpretations, you could say like, oh, Ilulu is just Kana but with Lukoa's body.
I mean, to be fair, D does stand for dragon.
D does stand for dragon. They haven't used that in the season 2 yet. I'm surprised.
Oh, I want that to be quoted. That's such a great line. I loved that.
If Toru is a D among dragons, what does that make Lukoa and Ilulu?
A Z.
They're fucking AA size. Or
It loops back.
am I getting that wrong? Am I getting that wrong? Is that like
No.
if you're AA, you're like is it like negative? It like goes into your chest.
It's like an integer overflow.
So while we're talking about Kulkyo Shinja, we wanted to start with the Kulkyo Shinja Trinity because this season is special to that man who must be feeling like he's on top of the mountain because I've been following seasonal anime for 5 years. I don't know how long you've been following it for.
Literally 0 amount of time.
In all the time that I've been like kind of keeping my eye on like the seasonal going-ons, never before have I seen one author have his work adapted all in the same season 3 different times. Well, 3 different works rather.
His ego is shooting through the roof, and more than likely, and man, he deserves it.
So with 3 of his works being adapted and him being such a important author to the both of us, I figured we would start the coverage with knocking out all 3 of his shows in a row.
I am excited.
We're gonna start with the one where it's the one he wrote but did not do the art for. We're gonna start with Peach Boy Riverside.
All right, so what did you think of Peach Boy Riverside?
Going into it, it was definitely of the 3 Cool Kyo shows. It was the one I was most concerned about, if only because we were going over how much Cool Kyo's art is like unique and how he has like crazy wacky designs that he never tires of finding new creative ways to draw them, and like you'll never see them in the same frame twice or drawn the same way twice. In Peach Boy, since he doesn't do the art, I feared that maybe the creativity wouldn't be as fluent, at least visually.
Yeah, I can definitely say the character design in Peach Boy is the weakest out of the Kulkyo trinity of, so to speak. But, you know, I overall thought it was good, and I assume you're transitioning into that.
Yeah, I ended up really liking it. I've only seen just the first episode, but it surprised me how much I like grew to like it in such a short span of time, and it's all because of that little fucking bastard Frau.
Oh, I love Frau. Frau's adorable. Frau's the best.
Frau is probably girl of the season, and that's not fucking fair.
I mean, they do refer to Frau as they, although she has a girl's name.
But the whole time that she is on screen, she is a joy.
Frau's just adorable. Now, the main reason why I was pretty skeptical going into Peach Boy Riverside, it was the last of the Kulkyo Trinity that I watched. It's because, well, first of all, it has the lowest mal reviews, and second of all, the mal reviews, like, none of them go without mentioning one little sort of tidbit about this show, which is that the episodes, it pulled a Haruhi, they are intentionally aired out of order. So what is episode 1 in the anime is actually supposed to be episode 4 chronologically. And although it was praised back in the Haruhi days, everyone was talking in the Mal reviews about, oh, episode 1 is so confusing because they aired it out of order. This was a terrible idea. But it's like, I am on a crusade to defend that decision because, in my opinion, episode 1 is completely like easy to follow, and I'm pretty interested in what happens prior to episode 1. I think it's a good decision.
Yeah, aside from it opening with the main character's Sally, like her first name is Saltarine, which it's just a weird name, but like Sally, we follow her as if like she's been the main character for a couple episodes, and she meets Frau, and that's when like the show really begins. But after that point, I felt like it was just felt like a regular episode 1.
Yeah, I guess it didn't really personally bother me, but like Sally doesn't really get a proper character introduction like a lot of shows would do, where they have a scene of the main character just being themselves to sort of introduce their very surface level quirks. Peach Boy Riverside doesn't really have that, but I didn't miss it.
But what Peach Boy does have are CG crowds, and I did not care for that when I saw that.
I genuinely did not notice that.
I am cursed to notice it immediately, and I think it occurred when the big monster showed up.
I think my eyes were just too focused on like the big giant heaping monster right there.
Yeah, like he surprisingly was not CG, but they had to. The crowd wasn't always a CG crowd. Sometimes they were 2D, but it was there for at least a few shots. And when I noticed, I was like, "Oh no!" The vision. So let's talk about the story of the confusingly and on no idea what it means Peach Boy Riverside. So we follow our main girl Sally, who's on a journey to find this purple-haired girl who like I think she has one of the peach Sharingans, and she also has the peach Sharingan, and she's trying to find it to like complete it or something.
I don't think it's ever specified exactly what she's trying to do, at least in the first episode. I assume they'll get more into that later.
Because I thought it was established that she was looking for the purple haired girl that we see like a couple times in like flashbacks or something.
I don't remember that exactly, but it might have been, because I do remember the purple girl a bit, but I don't think she wasn't actually in the like main storyline of the episode, but she might have been in some flashbacks.
And then on her travels, Sally runs into Frau, who I believe was she hungry, and then she just fed her carrots, and then Frau started following her around because she's just like, carrot debt, you fed me, now I have to like help you out.
I love that line so much, carrot debt. It's amazing.
I have that written down in my notes just under Peach Sharingan because it stuck out so much to me.
Carrot debt is amazing.
Unfortunately, the world of Peach Boy Riverside does not share our mutual love for Frau, because this is one of them goddamn demi-human racism worlds.
I wonder if they have a slur for demi-humans. Yes, that is.
And did they get canceled for posting like scrolls with demi-human slurs with a hard R like 20 years ago?
I love how that's the first thing I thought of.
Oh man, I'm looking at my Peach Boy was like the first show that I watched for this podcast, and so it's like it's unfortunately like the least fresh in my mind, and I didn't organize my notes as well as I did go the further I went along. So a lot of these notes that I have written down are just kind of like nonsense to me. Like I have written down guy who was there, and I'm referring to the guy who they meet in the prison to let them out when they arrive at the city.
What an insightful note, I must say.
Like I'm looking at the poster and it's the brown hair dude. But like I completely forgot his name.
Uh, I had his name memorized for a while, but I didn't actually write it down in my notes, and so I forget it right now. But I mean, he isn't really an important character.
I think he'll become an important character as the show goes on.
Possibly.
So Sally and Frau are traveling around now. Sally like gets more used to having Frau around, and they end up in this little village where they get spooked by Frau at first because they're racist, and then a giant chicken monster shows up.
And that is when Frau proves her worth as the best girl of the season.
Fucking kicks beats that giant cock.
I hate you for that.
I wrote giant cock in my notes because I 1 month ago I was like, I gotta work this into a joke somehow. The day
I
of.
genuinely fucking despise you.
And even though she kills the chicken monster, the villagers are like, oh no, she's too dangerous to have around here. Even though she helped us, that you need to go, need to leave. So the demi-human racism runs deep to the point where, much like regular racism, it goes beyond like logic and basic common sense reasoning.
Yeah. And then after that, they go to this. Oh yeah, they go to the village and then get imprisoned.
Yeah, I forget how they get thrown in prison. I know they get like instantly let go. I think it was a misunderstanding. They just the brown haired dude who is there shows up, and then in this cute little moment where Sally and Frau guilt trip him into being like, "Oh, you took two poor innocent girls and threw them in the dungeon. Oh, we're so hungry.
I really liked
You gotta
that
buy
scene
us a dinner now."
because
I love how quick Frau is to play along.
it's amazing. And I think part of the reason why I like it so much is because it's like it implies very strongly that like Sally is used to like not having food, needing to get it wherever she can. So she is willing to guilt trip people if it means she can get another meal. Like that's the
I didn't even
first
read
thing.
into it like that. I just thought she's liked causing trouble with Sally. Like just immediately realized what Sally was doing and be like, oh, we get to fucking shit on this guy? All right.
I mean, I think Frau probably played along with it just cause, but Sally definitely. At least that's how I read into it. Maybe she is just a mischievous little bastard, but I liked that scene because I read into it like that.
And in case you forget that this is a Cool Kyoshinja story, when they go into the market, they are met by these kids, and one of the first things that the kids say when they see Sally is like, "God damn, bitch, look at the knockers on her."
I see they teach them well in this world.
And like it is, I did have wrote down in my notes that Sally is constantly in tight pants, and the camera is always focused on her ass.
I forget if the camera actually like focused on it, at least not close up, but
Well,
I definitely noticed her tight pants.
It didn't go from like an out of focus shot to an in focus shot, but like her ass is always within frame.
That's amazing.
And there's to be even more Cool Kyoshinja-esque. Like there's this weird scene that comes completely out of nowhere where they're just walking around the market, looking at all of the different stands and shops, and she sees an octopus in one of the food vendor stands, and then she just imagines getting tentacle raped.
Maybe this is like some kind of horrific flashback from her past. I don't know, I guess we'll have to keep on watching.
That is how Cool Kyoshinja gets his hooks in you. That's how he creates intrigue. One thing that I didn't expect the show to be as much as I had thought it would is how bloody it got by the end.
Oh, that was an interesting turn. And I think part of why it took me and I guess you too off guard is because up to this point it is like almost kind of I hesitate to say generic, but like it's what you expect from a fantasy story. There's nothing you wouldn't that would just like jar you. It almost feels like it's out of a children's cartoon, save for the brief fan servicey stuff.
Yeah, because when Frau kills the giant chicken in that village, there's no gore. I think she just like roundhouse kicks it in the head and it falls over.
Yeah, it feels like something that could be at home in like Phineas and Ferb.
And then, oh god, okay, this part I'm don't know why I wrote this down. I have Big Chungus written in my notes because I know I'm referring to the giant demon that attacks the city. I forget, was he wasn't a rabbit, was he?
No.
He's like a no, he's a walrus.
I'm trying to remember, but that does sound pretty right. Hold
Yeah,
on.
he had like he had big tusks and a horn coming out of his head, which I know walruses don't have. But like aside from that, he's just a big fuck off walrus, and he shows up with this purple haired demon with what I wrote down as the lollification beam.
Oh, that is great.
Yeah, because we see her shoot it into the city, and like it's fucking brutal. Like it massacres people. I think we see some innocent civilians get caught in the crossfire, and they just fucking explode. And then when the dust clears, you see like a giant colossal titan kicking in the wall shot of the city just being torn apart. And then as the smoke clears, we cut back to the demon girl who shot it, and she's turned into a fucking lolly.
See, it's funny that you mentioned Attack on Titan because that is exactly what I thought when I saw that scene. I was like, damn, we're going all Attack on Titan now.
And like she explains that like, oh yeah, every time I use this power, like it weakens me and like turns me into this. And in my head I'm thinking, yeah, cool, Kyo, you would write it like that.
Of course he would.
And so then Frau and the big walrus guy, they get into a fight, and like the walrus guy fucking chunks the knight's guards. Like I think he just fucking like claps his hands against one of them, and he just like crushes them between his hands with a bloody paste.
He just completely annihilates. I think there's like one where he just like smacks off the entire top half of one of their bodies. It is brutal, but also really entertaining gore.
Yeah, because like when that happened, it took me out because I think even with the destruction of the lollification beam, it wasn't like bloody. We just saw some people get like vaporized, which was like, it's brutal in and of itself, but like not gory. But then the walrus starts pasting and flattening people, and then you're like, oh, so shit's getting real now. So then we got based Frau rushing in to try to beat the walrus, but to no avail. Even when she uses her signature Harley Quinn hammer.
I have not seen Suicide Squad.
It's not even the Suicide Squad thing. She
Oh,
just
it
has a
isn't?
hammer. Well, yeah, Harley Quinn's always had a hammer.
I've never seen anything with Harley Quinn in it.
You never seen any Batman?
No?
You never seen any Batman anything?
No. I mean, maybe as a
That's-
kid or something like that.
That's crazy. So then Sally shows up, and then she just fucking one-shots the demon, fucking blows his hand away, and then reveals that she's got the Peach Boy Sharingan or whatever.
Yeah, and I love the way how that was like teased the entire episode. You know, like an ogre comes. At first, it was, I guess I'll use your term, a cock, and then, and she just she starts to feel hot. I think the exact description was she starts to feel hot all over her body, and she like just goes completely out of it, and it happens twice before it's revealed that she has like the River Boy powers or Peach Boy powers.
Yeah, and then she goes on into this whole monologue of, oh, but what if in the legend? Because the show is based off. Oh, excuse me. The show is based off the Japanese legend of Peaches by the river. Like you have to I don't know. It's like it's one of those Japanese folklore things that is too cultural for someone like me, but I think it's one of those stories that like takes the one of these folklore legends and turns it on its head.
I did not even know it was based off of a legend. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I had to look it up after watching the first episode to see if it was a real thing, and I'm pretty sure that it is based on some old legend.
So yeah, that's sort of where the episode leaves off. Anything else to add?
The last note that I had was just tight pants, ass cheeks, big tits.
All right. Well, because I'm like this, my main thoughts going into the episode and like what I tried to pay attention to were the characters. And in terms of characters, I'd say this one is doing pretty good. Sally is sort of like, she's generally pretty chipper, but she has that bit of attitude where it's like, it sort of endears you to her character because she's willing to like have that sort of attitude. Like the scene where she guilts the one guy into giving her food. And that stuff like that happens a bit throughout the episode. So, by the end, I won't say I'm completely sold on her character yet, but I am definitely intrigued as to where future episodes will take it.
Yeah, even outside of this being a Cool Kyoshinja product, going off, excuse me, going off of Sally's behavior and the badass shit she does at the end of the episode, and really, as cool as she is, the show is hard carried by Frau, who will go on to be the greatest character ever created.
Oh, I am sure of that.
I'm interested to see how the show develops because going off of it was either the opening or the ending sequence. Apparently, the purple-haired demon lollification beam girl joins the main cast.
I did not actually notice that. Maybe that was the opening. And
like I need to see how they fucking explain that shit, because like no doubt the walrus demon is gonna die. He's practically already dead by the end of episode 1, but I need to see how like the demon girl gets redeemed after vaporizing the city and its people.
That is going to be interesting.
All right, moving on from one part of the Kulkyo Shinja Triforce to the next one, we have one that it does have Kulkyo Shinja's incredible artwork, and written by the man who wrote the masterpiece that was Interspecies Reviewers.
I never actually watched Interspecies Reviewers, even though it was like the most hyped show while it was airing.
It was the most hyped, not because it was popular or good, but because it was the target of unfortunate controversy and really fucking stupid campaign.
Oh yeah, didn't like Nux Taku start that thing where it was like Interspecies got to the #1 on Mal?
Yeah, Funimation dropped Interspecies Reviewers after one episode, even though they licensed it. So that in and of itself is really stupid, because why would you not know about the content of a show you were licensing? And they only got as far as dubbing the first episode before they just fucking straight up threw it out. So if they went through all the trouble to dub it and still were like after them like, yeah, no, we don't want this anymore.
Yeah. Good times. I'm actually almost nostalgic for that because I remember watching videos about the controversy, even though I didn't watch the show.
Yeah, so fucking Nux Taku, who I don't like, not out of a personal reason, I just think his voice is annoying and his content's not good.
Understandable.
He makes a video. Yeah, he makes a video urging his fans to rally and like, oh, we're gonna give it to Funimation. I want you all to go to Interspecies Reviewers Mal page. I want you to give it all 10 out of 10s, inflate the score. I want to see it at the top of the popularity chart. And I want to see it at the top of the all-time rankings chart. And it did. It beat out fucking Your Name, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood for the #1 spot. It was sitting there for like a few weeks to a month, and it spurred my anime list to crack down on it. They buffed up their not, I wouldn't say security, but like their data moderation to cut down on inflated numbers and fake accounts. Because interspecies reviewers was the primary reason, but there were also stuff like Demon Slayer fans who were hyping it up and wanted to make sure that it had the highest score by inflating it. Same with Attack on Titan later seasons, and they did the Attack on Titan fans and the like did the opposite to this next season of Chihaya Furu. I don't know if you know that show.
I recognize the name, but I don't think I definitely haven't watched it.
It had a decently high score on Mal only because it was the second season of a show that was like years old, and so the only people watching it were fans who are predestined and predetermined to already give it high scores. So, long story short, they fucking went off, and it was annoying because Nuxtaku used his popularity and his position to inflate the numbers of a page of what is essentially a informational data organization and encyclopedic website, and like that rubbed me the wrong way because my anime list is like a thing where the people make the content, and like they it's like a place where there's no higher up meddling. It's like the word of mouth, what lives and what dies, what is popular, what is not popular, what is good and what is not good, and this is what the people get to determine as such. And him raising the score and the popularity count to inflate it to reflect poor information, like that's a huge pain in the ass.
You know, I get that and I agree with you, but I gotta respect the trolling.
I mean, he did a lot of trolling. It wasn't a little trolling. It was a lot of trolling.
Copious amounts of trolling.
But like, and also then, like, who the fuck was he sticking it to? Like, Funimation does not give a shit about my anime list. This is just,
I mean, yeah.
It was purely a publicity stunt, and it just pissed me off. And also, Nuxtaku sounds like PewDiePie's little Reddit gold chasing brother.
That's so accurate. I love it.
I said that to one of my friends, and he said the exact same thing when I showed him the video. And he's like, "Oh my god!" Like you fucking hit the nail on the head.
This was a great section on Idaten Deities.
Yeah. So, segueing into the actual show, the Idaten Deities Know Only piece.
Yeah, this is the beginning of a trend that pretty much haunts my entire pages of notes, which is that the more I like a show, the less I wrote about it, because I didn't want to pause it to actually write stuff about it. Idaten is on the extreme side of this, where I finished the entire episode and then just summarized it and was like, yep, I like it.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same for me. I did pause several times. Oh, excuse me. I did pause several times to write down my notes, and then immediately rewound to like see any part that I missed, and then ended up having to add another note because this show is like pretty dense.
Not sure if I would call it dense, but it is far from like, you can't really. It has a lot going on. There we go. That's what I'm looking to say.
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant, and like it's definitely more visually dense than it is like narratively dense, because narratively it's pretty straightforward, but visually it is the most unique looking show of the season.
And I'm thinking of one other that might be more unique in terms of visuals, but it is very, very strong very, very strong visually, and I'd say that's probably the best part of the show. Which sounds weird because I'm normally a characters guy, but the visuals are insanely strong here. The colors kind of look like No Game No Life, but even better looking than that. The character designs are amazing because Kukyo did it again, knocked it out of the park. And
Yeah, there is not a bad character design in this show. What I like about Idaten specifically is that the character designs are like simple in detail, but they all have distinct silhouettes amongst themselves, and like that's the mark of a good character design.
the classic silhouette test. And yeah, this show passes the silhouette test with flying colors.
Yeah, so Idaten Deities is about the world is ravaged by demons, and it got so bad that the gods had to come in. The gods called Idaten, and they vanquished all the demons. And in order to secure the peace on Earth, most of them had to sacrifice themselves to seal away the demons for 800 years.
And Rin is the last Idaten. I think her name is Rin. This is the one show. This is the one show I forgot to put the character names for.
I didn't write down the character names for any shows like whose names they didn't stick, but thankfully the show has a nice mix of like unique names to amongst like anime and manga. Like there's a character named Paula, and that's just such an English name that like it just automatically stands out among your Hayatos and your Rins and your whatever the doctor's name was, like Obani or something.
That sounds right, but once again, no notes on the names, which I think this is the only show I forgot to do it for.
So the way it works is that you said that Rin was the last Idaten, and I think that's like half true because maybe I missed it, but
I think she's like the last of the original Idaten, and then the new ones are like the next generation.
Yeah, so there we have our three next generation Idaten, Hayato, Easley, and Paula. So Hayato is the main character boy. He's got I'm trying to think of like what shonen character he reminds me of, because I wanted to say like first impressions were kind of like he's a little bit of Natsu, a little bit of Naruto.
I actually haven't watched enough shonen to really view him through that lens, but I thought he was a decent protagonist in terms of personality, even if it is a bit basic at this point in the story. I'd say that about all the characters, actually. They're all pretty basic for now, but they're all distinct. And I think for a first episode that has, as much plot, even if it is very simple plot, as much action and plot as this one does, I think just having distinct characters for the first episode is doing pretty well.
Yeah, this one was written by the dude who made Interspecies Reviewers, and the main strength of Interspecies Reviewers is not just the sexiness of the concept and of all the different monster girls. It's the world building. Like there's so much thought and detail went into the lore and the mechanics of the world of Interspecies Reviewers that it's fucking insane, considering when like you look at the show, you could classify it as just like a porn show if you wanted to, but it runs deeper than that, which is why it garnered respect from me, a high gentleman in a connoisseur of the anime variety,
a connoisseur of borderline hentai.
That's why I got that. It was too hot for TV. It had to get taken down because it was so close to hentai. So the world building in Idaten, right off the bat, is like they're already hitting you with like all this different lore about the Idaten. I really like the detail where they run super fast and like typhoons by default. Like that's just how they travel from place to place.
Oh yeah, that was great. And like the way it's introduced too, with like the two people sitting on the hill and they just fly past and they're like, what was that?
Yeah, I loved they had Hayato and Rin, they're just like running side by side, and at first you think that because they're running side by side, you think, oh, they like must be equals in some way, and then Hayato says some offhanded comment about Rin's age, and then Rin immediately stops and just fucking beats the shit out of him.
I love Rin so much. She's probably my favorite character.
Yeah, the thing with Rin is that she is like 800 years old at least because like she was around during the sacrifice of the original Idaten, but I guess they maintain their youthful appearance. So she has like the personality of an older granny type character. She has the body of like a woman in like her mid 20s or 30s. And then every time Hayato goes off about her age, like the whole episode, he calls her granny, a hag in a young woman's body. And every time she's within earshot of it, she just fucking pins him down and just like rights and lefts until he's like bleeding out of every orifice.
It's great. Rin is like so merciless. I love it.
And the main crux of the show is that because the demons haven't been around for 800 years, some are fearing that the Idaten deities are getting soft in their time of peace, so much so that the other deities that we see, Easley and Paula, they're not training as much. Easley likes to study things about the human world and thinks there's more knowledge or more. He'd rather spend his time learning about the world than like training to defend it because he thinks his knowledge will serve more than fighting it will.
I think Paula, doesn't she just like not like fighting? I'm trying to remember.
I don't think it's like not necessarily that she doesn't like fighting. It's more of that she just like likes to talk to animals and doesn't like when they're disturbed.
Mm.
And like she much rather would like do her own thing, just hanging out with and chilling with the birds.
I can respect.
She was
that.
given the least amount of. Yeah, she was given like the least amount of characterization in the first episode.
Yeah, for sure.
The first thing you'll notice while watching the show is that its color palette is wacky as fuck.
Yeah, that's why I talked about No Game No Life earlier, because it kind of reminded me of that, but it didn't hurt my eyes as much. I think Idaten actually has a really, really nice color palette. I really enjoy the way this show looks. I could just talk about the animation and like the art for ages.
It is a Mappa show, and the quality of it is something that I do want to get into later about the other Mappa show this season. But it's one of those. It's a weird anomaly where it's a show by Mappa, and Mappa is like at pretty much the center of the anime community's attention right now because they're poising themselves to be like the next big studio, and by taking on all like the big projects they've got. Attack on Titan. They had Jujutsu Kaisen. Now they're getting Chainsaw Man.
Yeah, Mappa. They've been. I haven't seen all of their recent shows, but at least to me, they seem like they're doing a pretty consistently good job with their shows, and Idaten Deities is no exception. I really enjoy this.
Yeah, Idaten's got fantastic animation. The action's as good as ever as all of their other all the other action shows that they've made, like God of High School and Jujutsu Kaisen. The most standout moment of action is when the three of them, the three new generation guys, they stumble upon a demon encased in ice that this warring country is trying to thaw and weaponize, and then in order to fight it. The Hayato like picks up a giant mountain of ice, fucking hurls it at the demon, and like while the demon is like prepping to catch it, he just like outruns the giant mountain of ice that he throws, and then kicks the demon in the stomach, and then lets the mountain of ice crush him.
Like the action in this show is like so over the top, but in a way that almost feels sort of like intense instead of like cartoony or silly, and it's absolutely great.
Yeah, like Peach Boy, it is surprisingly bloody. When we see the demon seemingly just kill all three of the Idaten gods, it seems like he's like fucking destroyed them. Like when he punches Hayato and some countryman guard that's with him, and we see the silhouette of the countryman, like his head breaks fucking off of his neck, and his whole body's demolished, and then we hear like a crunching sound as Hayato's like knocked a million miles away. And then we see Eastly have a fucking spike lodged through his chest, and they say multiple times that his heart gets gouged out there. And then we see Paula like fucking smashed in half, but they're all fine. Eastly
Apparently,
just, like, runs around with a Eastly runs like I was waiting for them to like explain. Well, I assumed that's because they were gods, they had like more higher durability than people. But like, I was waiting for them to be like, they can survive mortal wounds, like no problem. Like Eastly just runs around for half the episode with a hole in his chest.
I love that detail so much because I guess it's like something that sort of sticks right in your face. You know, you can't look at this character without realizing like, you know, he can survive basically anything. You know, there's probably something that's going to get him into some danger later on, but he is near invincible as far as we know. The power levels are just ridiculous.
I feel like what they were going for is that they're trying to like showcase how over the top powerful they are while like endearing you to the characters. Like we see when the doctor guy is escaping on his jet, and Eastly's like, "Whoa, is that the fucking super duper pooper scooper jet that like flies at Mach 2 and like there's no jet in the world faster than that?" And then we see, oh, but Hayato can catch up to it, no problem. And then we just cut to Hayato just standing on the wing of the plane. And they just fucking like, yeah, I got some questions for you, so I'm gonna take this plane down if you don't mind. They just fucking rips the wing off.
And that's when the ending reveal sort of happens, that the guy was actually a robot all along, and the real person is located elsewhere, and they're going to have to find him. And probably fight a bunch more demons along the way.
That was one thing that confused me about the show, is what time period it's set in, because at one point the deities pull out a fucking tablet and an earpiece that they communicate with. And I thought it was like I thought it was gonna be like a fantasy world where the most technology that occurred was like they had planes. So is it like modern day, like an alternate setting of modern day? Is it the future? Is it alternate past? Do the gods have technology that the humans don't have?
It seems like this sort of mix between like sort of medieval fantasy and modern. I'm assuming they'll get into that eventually, just because the clash is sort of so great in a sense.
And speaking of clashes, it appears that the world of Idaten is like engulfed in war. We see like we're told that they're like 3 warring nations, and we see near the end of the episode that Eastly is a secret covert operative for one of the other nations, because he's taken the deceased body of the demon, and it's like, yo, we can't let the other nation get their hands on this, so make sure you pick up this body.
Oh, I want to see where that goes. That was an interesting little tidbit.
Yeah, so it's like, is Eastly on the side of Hayato and Paula? Is he working with the enemy? And like that's just gonna be a thing that we're waiting for the characters to catch up with the audience now? Is this gonna be our Invincible, where we see Omni-Man, he's evil the whole time at the end?
You know, I kind of hope that what was his name? The blue hair guy. I think, or did he have blue hair?
The doctor?
Oh no, I think no. I think Eastly. The guy who's
Eastly. Yeah, he had the green tracksuit, right?
Yeah. I'm secretly hoping he's like just...
He only has blue hair because the color palette when they go to the Arctic where the demon is changes so drastically.
Oh yeah, that's what I was remembering then. But yeah, like I'm kind of hoping...
I fucking loved that, because like they hard committed to it. It's not like just like, oh, they're just blue here now. Like the shadows when they're in the Arctic, they're pink, and that's consistent, and I think that's really fucking cool.
Yeah, the color palette in the Arctic was just absolutely incredible, and just it is such a
Yeah,
visually stunning show. But yeah, going back
that's
to
part of the
Easily,
reason. Yeah, that I mean, I'm sorry to cut you off, but like that's one of the reasons that I do want to keep watching the show is like not only for like the intrigue of the story, but like just to see all the different wacky color combinations and settings that the show will take place in, just to see another beautiful color palette that they don't need to. It's one of those things where they don't need to do this, but they do it anyway just cuz to make the show more visually interesting and appealing.
yeah, I'm definitely watching mostly for the visuals. I'd say that's the biggest reason to continue. But I'm still a bit hooked into the plot and secretly hoping that Easily turns out to just be completely evil, because that would be really fun to see.
Speaking of completely evil, there was one more scene that I was caught off guard when it happened.
My
And
take
I
on the
assume
scene.
I assume you know which one this is, and
Oh
it
yeah.
answered a question for me that I was thinking to myself, because like as we were talking about earlier, Mappa is positioning themselves to be one of the big dog studios that like whenever they make a show, it's like, all right, stop the presses, we gotta check the show out. Like that was what Madhouse was back in the day. That's like what KyoAni and Trigger are today. There's a scene that happens at the very end of the first episode of Idaten, and after I saw this scene, I was like, oh, that's why these the Mappa fans and the anime community aren't talking about Idaten as much as I thought they would.
My take on the
So
scene
I
is
don't know.
that it exists.
Go ahead, go yeah, Ev, go ahead and set the scene. Paint us a mental picture.
Oh fuck you. There's a girl and she's a nun, and then a bunch of soldiers storm the house, and they're like, "Yo," and she's like, "Yo, I'm gonna pray to God and hope you don't do bad things to me." Praying to God doesn't work in this world. The world is an awful place, and you must know that.
Oh
In
boy,
comes.
I feel like you're glossing over some of the more important details. You said bad things. Like what kind of bad things were these gentlemen these gentlemen coming in to do to this priestess?
Rape.
They fucking raped her. And I was watching this on Verve, and I immediately, as soon as the episode ended, I looked into the comments of the episode, because that's a thing you can do on there. And that was the only show this season that I did that for. And I looked through the 100 plus comments, because that's not a feature that gets used on the site a lot. And surely enough, half of them were like, ooh, was not expecting that last scene. Yikes.
It's animated with a psychedelic background, so that it has this
Yeah, like
weird
we
ass
see,
song
there's
over
like,
it.
there's fucking like blood splatters on the wall, and at first I was like, oh, did like one of the deities like come in and like kill all the soldiers to save her life? And then, but like as it went on, we see like these weird blobby silhouettes, seemingly like humping her, and it's all set to fucking classical orchestra music.
It
Well, like
is
these
like
weird, like, and then the stained glass windows of the church all like blend and melt into this psychedelic acid trip background, and then at the very end we see like an out of focus shot of one of the soldiers continuing to rape her, and then we see the like broken like disheveled face of the nun still mid rape being like she's fucking out of it, and she's just like staring up into the ceiling, and she's going like, God, please help me, why are you not helping me? And I'm like, oh, so that's why the show is not being talked about.
see, here's the thing. She's in the OP. She's a main character. Or at the very least she's going to appear again, or else she wouldn't be in the OP.
It's funny that you mentioned that in the OP, because I do remember the OP is like trippy as fuck, by the way, and I really like it. But I remember the only time we see her, she's naked in the OP, and I'm like, ooh, is that gonna mean something later? And lo and behold,
Oh, speaking of the OP, to just transition this quite nicely, don't question this. The OP OP of the season, maybe Tsukimichi. You know, it's either Idaten or Tsukimichi, but Idaten, the OP is not only a banger song-wise, but the visuals are bar none the best of the season out of any of the OPs. It has fantastic, like, trippy direction. It is amazing.
I'll give you, like, they're definitely the most creative. Like, it's like definitely, it's like it's one of them kaleidoscope OPs where they just have a bunch of crazy visual effects that like have no, to my knowledge, maybe it'll like reveal itself later in the show that all of these different, like, maybe like when their heads get cut open in the opening, and then that'll become relevant in the show later. But it seems like one of those openings where it's like they have wacky visual effects just because they can and just because they're cool. It's like it's a rule of cool kind of OP. As far as the Tsukimichi OP goes, I don't remember fucking any of it, and I watched that episode literally 2 hours ago.
Ah, dang. I thought the Tsukimichi OP was really bop, really just a huge bop, but yeah, we can get into that later.
We'll get into that when we get into that show. And as far as opening of the season goes, I cannot, like, Idaten is definitely a contender. Like, the song is a bop. I'm sure the song will grow on me the more I watch the show. And the visuals are definitely up there. They might even be the best of the season, but they're in strong company when we get to the next show on our list, the god, the king, the one true savior of anime, Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid Season 2.
I'm going to start this off with a hot take because this is going to be the only negative thing I say. The Dragon Maid SOP is mid.
This podcast is over.
It's mid, what can I say?
Friendship is over. The fuck do you mean it's mid?
It's not that catchy. I like the visuals, but it's not that catchy of a song.
Alright, dude. I'm not gonna lie to you. The first my experience watching the first episode of Dragon Maid, the first episode is 24 minutes long. It took me an hour to watch the first episode, not because of I like rewatched the entire episode like 3 times or whatever. It's because I kept putting the opening on loop. As soon as it ended, I'd just like rewind just so I could watch it over and over and over again.
Oh, that is great.
I have fucking Sing-Along Papa Da Papa in, like, playing on loop rent-free in my head at all times.
It's an okay OP. I'll give it that. But, like, I would not
got
put
a
it
fucking
above Maid.
homage to Nichijou at the beginning.
I forgot about that. Okay. Never mind. It is 10 out of 10 just for the Nichijou reference. I loved that.
Dude, I wanted to start crying. Like, I've not seen Nichijou yet. I gotta expose myself.
You haven't seen Nichijou.
I have not yet. I know. I have not yet. But like, seeing the Nichijou opening, the homage to the opening in the new Dragon Maid opening, and seeing like what it kind of represents, because this is Dragon Maid's. I mean, not Dragon Maid. This is KyoAni's comeback after the horrible arson attack. That's like one of the worst things that's happened in the anime community since the loss of Satoshi Kon.
You know, I didn't even really think of it like that, but yeah, that is pretty touching. It's like, you know, going back to the history and then now we're moving on.
Yeah, exactly those thoughts were going through my head when I saw the Nichijou homage, and I wanted to start crying, like, and then, like, so that played into me replaying the opening, and every time we'd get to the fucking chorus, be like, sing along, papa da papa, I like fucking pump my fist, and it's all accompanied by these fucking beautiful cuts of animation of the characters just fucking doing their thing, dancing along, and like made me want to like. Do you have any idea how long? You know that little fucking Psycho's part in the opening where she just fucking like wiggles her fingers like to the music, and they as they zoom in on her fucking forehead. You know how much that's like played on loop in my head rent free since I've seen it. All the time is the answer.
I was gonna say I get this slight tiny feeling, just a hint of a feeling that it might be quite a bit.
Yeah, it is opening of the season, hands fucking down. Like, it is only after seeing everything, it is only challenged by Idaten. But even then, like, while Idaten might have the more creative visuals, uh, what the Idaten opening does not have are the characters dancing and singing, lip syncing to the song.
True. And I mean, I will admit, the first time I watched the opening, I did have a pretty big goofy smile on my face just seeing the characters again, because it's been, it's been a while since I've watched Dragon Maid. Even though I've seen it 5 times, it's like, it feels good to be back, man.
I've rewatched like plenty of my favorite moments of Dragon Maid. I've only ever seen the show in its entirety once, like when it was airing, and I've gone back to my favorite moments, but I have, in a way, seen it twice by picking up the manga and then reading up to where it leaves off in the anime before season 2.
Ooh, nice. I still haven't read the Dragon Maid manga, which I need to do.
It's interesting because like KyoAni like changed a bunch of shit around in like the order of events to tell their own version of the story, and I can't say that I prefer one to the other, but like it works both ways. Like Elma showing up so like as late as she does, like Lukawa and Shota show up way later than they actually do in the show.
That's actually pretty interesting. I need to read that.
Yeah, and then like the entire ending of season 1 is like almost completely original. Like Toru's dad is not this like he's the same character, but like he's like a little goofier in the manga because what happens that like he shows up, he gets intimidated by Toru and it's like, all right, I'll leave you to this world, but like just know what you're doing, okay? In the anime, he shows up and it's like, oh yeah, if you're not gonna come back, I'm gonna fight you to like bring you back, and like almost kill that whole thing with like he almost kills Kobayashi. I'm pretty sure is like I remember like the seriousness of it and how Kobayashi fucking like goes off on him is like all anime original.
Yeah, KyoAni, or KyoAni, I am great at pronouncing things. They have a habit of definitely hamming up the drama in a lot of their shows, depending slightly on the director. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's bad in the finale of Dragon Maid. Actually, I'd say it's fantastic. But that's season 1 stuff.
Speaking of director, it's appropriate that you brought that up. As you may or may not remember, during the horrible arson attack on the KyoAni studio, the original director, I'm kicking myself that I do not remember his name right now. I'm pretty sure it's like Tatsuhiro something. I'm going to go immediately rectify this issue by going to the page and getting his name right, goddammit. I'm just going to talk to fill the time. Okay, here is his name. Yasuhiro Takimoto. And he was one of the unfortunate casualties in the horrible KyoAni fire.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think, Dragon Maid was... I'm trying to remember if Dragon Maid was brought back, or at least Dragon Maid was announced to get a second season before or after the fire. I want to say it was after.
I think it was before, actually, because I remember it getting delayed.
Oh, maybe it was. Let me check the news thing. Okay. Oh yeah, it was definitely before the fire, because it was announced in 2019, February of 2019. And so people were worried about like, oh, how is this gonna affect the production of the second season now that like the director's gone? Because a director of an anime like carries their vision to the, whether it's like in this case an adaptation, and I think he was initially scheduled to be the director, and we kind of see that because in the end credits of the first episode is dedicated and reportedly directed by Yasuhiro Takimoto, and it's like now, and the episode sort of posthumously became made in his honor.
That's actually really sweet. I like that.
And you can tell that like the direction of Dragon Maid 2 is like it's a lot more fast paced now. It's a lot like humor, and the editing is a little faster. So like the pacing and time between cuts has gotten a lot faster and a lot shorter to like
I noticed that immediately.
Yeah, to highlight the wackiness of the comedy, and I do think it's a nice change of pace. Like it's still able to keep its slow moments, like to when they need to like reel back and if they need to talk about something serious, they don't like fucking go a million miles an hour at all times. So the show's pacing, I'd say, is just as good as it was before. Maybe even better if it's that too bad. It's only the comedy that's gotten faster paced. Some people might not be into that. I think it's a great change.
Yeah, the pacing was, or rather is, probably the biggest difference between this season and last season. And I remember like turning on the episode first thing and like the initial comedy sketch before the opening, it felt almost Love is War-esque in how completely completely wacky and fast-paced it was. And I was like, whoa, that season 1 was not like that. Holy shit.
Yeah, like the opening bit before the opening sequence, where Toru and Kobayashi's like, Toru's like, oh, I'm like the ultimate maid, aren't I, Kobayashi? And they just have their back and forth banter. And even then, it feels like the cuts are faster paced. The jokes have like more emphasis on the punchlines, but like when the punchlines come up, they're really fast. They're really snappy to the point.
It
And
feels
like,
very
it's almost
high
like blink
octane.
and you'll miss it.
Yeah.
Yeah, high octane's a good way to describe it. And what I did, I am ashamed to admit that after the arson attack, there was a seed of doubt planted within my heart that maybe this will have negatively impacted the production of Dragon Maid, because not only did we lose the original director, we lost some animators, we lost some like, I don't mean to like pin the lives of these men and women whose lives were lost in this horrible incident, this horrible event, like just and like have them only live on through their talent, and like not like honor their lives. But I fear that like maybe like this would shake them, like this would negatively impact morale or the effort or anything like that. And lo and behold, egg on my face, so happy to have been proven the wrong fucking retard idiot that I was. It's just, the animation is just as good, if not better, than season 1.
The animation is absolutely incredible. That's also one of the first things I noticed, because, you know, it's been a while since I've seen a show as well animated as Dragon Maid S is. It's super crisp, super clean, and just a joy to watch, like, every single character movement.
Dragon Maid is fucking saving anime right now, because I'm sorry to give away the surprise of some of my opinions on some of these shows, but like I look at a show like fucking How the Realist Hero Rebuilt the Kingdom, or fucking what's another stupid show that has
Cheap Pharmacist.
Yeah, Cheap Pharmacist. Well, I like the art of it more than I like the animation of that show is non-existent, but like the art is like fine. But here comes it's like, it seems like nowadays in anime that unless you're like one of the top dog studios, unless it's a movie, we have to sacrifice either art or animation. Like we can't have both. Like it's a rare moment when we get both. And Dragon Maid comes and it's like, you can absolutely have fucking god tier art and god tier animation if you put in the fucking work.
I'd probably say this
in the
is
scene
the
where
best.
Toru. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'd probably say this is the best animated show of the season.
Oh, hands fucking down. That like, again, the only thing that could possibly challenge it is like Idaten, but even then, like that's the only thing that could challenge it. Like nothing even remotely comes close.
That's pretty high praise.
The fucking like one of the first things I noticed, and like what that like made me appreciate it all the more, like all over again, and the show and KyoAni. When Toru's like racing out the door to like go berate that maid cafe to be like, I am the ultimate maid, fuck all of you, claiming that you guys are the ultimate maids. The way she like scurries and like runs out the door, and the door like squashes and stretches to like match her chaotic movements, and like there's more effort put into that door's animation than there are like the entire like episodes of shows that I've seen this season.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like everything just has so much. I guess the best way to describe it would be life in energy, which sounds now like I'm being a hipster, but it's true.
Like when Toru goes down to the maid cafe, and like all of the maids are like, whoa, did you come to apply? You're dressed for the part? All right, you're hired. When like the manager maid, I guess, like puts her hand on the shoulder, and then she gives that thumbs up, and her hand like sort of like, it's almost like a door stopper, and like someone like pulled it back, and like it like twangs all over the place, and then like it's like the Roadrunner's head when he's running, and then he stops, and like he like goes back and forth real quick. And like even like that, like her thumbs up that she gives, that does in that style, it's full of such like character and life, and like it matches oh my god, I'm losing my own train of thought just thinking of all the ways I can praise Dragon Maid. The energy on it is so always like nonstop, except for when it has to like slow it down to get to the more slower serious moments, which we'll get to. But like there are more efforts in like single animation cuts that like last all of 2 or 3 seconds, even 1 second. There is more love and care put into that than like the entirety of fucking how the realist hero rebuilt the kingdom. Like this should be the kind of show that like every other studio should look at and be like, what the fuck are we even doing over here?
That is so accurate. And this is going to be a recurring theme for a lot of the shows that I don't like, which will come later. But I'd say the biggest thing, I said it earlier, like life and energy, but also charm. And I think in animation especially, mostly in concept, but also animation, that's missing in a lot of the worst shows, and that's going to be one of my main knocks against any show really that I didn't like. But Dragon Maid and really any KyoAni show, it's just so full of charm, and like it feels alive. It doesn't feel it almost doesn't feel like you're watching a show. I mean, it does, but it doesn't. It feels like you're watching this world unfurl before you.
Yeah, like watching like a good number of shows this season in their first episodes, like so many of them, I hate to say it, but like I can't deny the feelings that I feel in the moment. It feels like I'm like in a blank void, like I'm just staring at a screen that's just flashing different colors, and there's a different character there, and like my fingers are on my pulse, and there's fucking nothing. And I feel alive when I watch Dragon Maid. I eagerly await every new episode. I'm completely caught up as of right now, and every time a new one comes out, I feel like I do not feel like my time is being wasted. I feel like my life is being made better after watching this episode of Dragon Maid.
See, it's funny that you say that like you're completely caught up, because I'm the opposite, where I stopped myself intentionally from watching past episode 2, because what I want to do is binge a fuckload of this show, just all in a row, because I love binging stuff. It's like my favorite way to watch anime. So what I'm probably going to do is like whenever there's like 8 episodes out, I'll rewatch the first 2 and then just keep on going, just not stopping until I'm caught up.
I don't want to tell you how to consume your media, but I feel like Dragon Maid is in that rare section of shows where it's like, I feel like binging it is doing it a disservice, if only because that means there's less time in the grand scheme of your life to watch Dragon Maid, as in like the weeks between the episodes, like as it's airing. Dragon Maid is not. There is a plot in Dragon Maid that does move forward, but it's still episodic enough to where you can just watch one episode, see how the lives of the characters progress, be satisfied in that moment and be like, oh, I can't wait for next week. Like it's like you're in that position where you want to watch the next episode like the moment you can, but at the same time it's like the plot is not so in like immediate, and I don't want to say not engaging, but like it's not so like story driven that you want to see what happens next. You just want to be like, I am content to wait this 7 days so that way I can have more like the presence of season 2 of Dragon Maid in my life more, is what I'm trying to
Yeah,
say.
I get that. And at least for me personally, Dragon Maid is like for a slice of life, just the right amount of episodic. You know, it's not like completely episodic, but there's still stuff to, be excited for. There's cliffhangers ish. You know, if you're invested, you want to see how it continues desperately. I know I wanted to after finishing episode 2.
Yeah, Dragon Maid is I know like there's you like some people might not even like consider it a slice of life show because that genre term is so like vacuous and like what the fuck does that even mean? You could qualify fucking Girls Last Tour as a slice of life if you wanted to.
My favorite slice of
But
life, Steins Gate.
yeah. But but Dragon Maid, it's like if we're going by like that, if we can call Dragon Maid a slice of life show, I think it is without a doubt the best slice of life anime ever created.
Uh, if Barakamon still counts as a slice of life, I'd say that's better. But if you don't count that, then yes, Dragon Maid is absolutely the best slice of life. No questions asked.
I've not seen Barakamon, so I can't challenge you on that. But here's why I say that Dragon Maid is the best slice of life. Because for one thing, this is a thing that a lot of slice of lives kind of fuck up. The characters actually grow and change and like have dynamics that and arcs that develop them as characters. They do not remain the same characters that they are from chapter or episode 1.
I'm iffy on that because there are a lot of slice of life that I'd say don't really need arcs, but in terms of like the slice of life that do have character arcs, Dragon Maid, no questions asked, just delivers the hardest and best out of all of them. Every arc is paced really well.
Yeah, cuz like we're jumping ahead in like the timeline of the show, but like you see just how Ilulu, the new character, changes from episode 1 to fucking how she is now in episode what are we at now, 4? And like just seeing how far she's come there, and it's like it puts other shows who have like they I don't mean like I'm thinking of this one now only because like it just so happened to pop into my head, and I'm not saying it to rag on it because like it's a different kind of show in a way, but like I think of something like Gabriel Dropout, where it's like there's not like really a story to Gabriel Dropout. It's like very episodic, and the characters like they're fun to watch, but they do not change. Like I would say that the characters in Gabriel Dropout at the start of episode 1 are essentially identical to the ones in episode 12.
I mean, the show even points it out in the finale where, Gabrielle is acting all nice, but then it turns out it was just all a lie. Things always remain the same in this show, at least in terms of the characters.
Yeah, and like that's fine for what it's setting out to do because like, it's more of a comedy. But like I even think of like shows like fucking Himoto Umaru-chan, where they do try to like slip in some development. I have a friend who like is kind of into the character of Umaru by being like she like supposedly like comes out to her friends more and more. She goes from like a need to like wants to keep her imperfect, the ugly neat side to herself, and doesn't want her friends to know about it. And like he's invested in like how she's breaking down her walls to her friends, such and such. But like I watched both seasons of the show the same as he did. He reads the manga, so he's farther than I am in terms of that. But like I watched that show, like it's nice that they put that in, but they don't dedicate enough time to it, or like progress it far enough in like enough of a span of time in order to get me like as invested as I am in all of the characters in Dragon Maid.
Oh yeah, there are definitely some of those shows where it's like they progress so slowly that, I guess if you really care about the moment to moment of that show, then like the slow progression can be worth it and can be sort of, gratifying once you invest yourself into the moment to moment. But in terms of like actually being invested in the arc itself, it can be kind of slow going for some shows and not really enough to hook you in. But Dragon Maid is like the arcs are in your face but also subtle, and also you can miss it if you're not paying attention. It's like all of those things at once, and it's really nice and really refreshing for a slice of life to, I guess, just be to say what you said during Idaten, dense. It's like dense with characterization and plot, and especially in this season where the jokes are just fly at you so fast, and then the character moments are, it slows down when it needs to, and then it hits you with another character moment, then another punchline, and it's like there's so much going on at once, but it never feels difficult to parse.
I have the exact same feelings. Like, you were talking about dense with Dragon Maid, and that yeah, Dragon Maid will take these moments, like even when there's a punchline going on, like to still characterize their characters, it within the punchline. Like, in one of the scenes where Toru and Kobayashi are going around to all the dragons to figure out which one bore a hole in the mountain where they first met, Toru punches Elma in the face while she's eating a cookie, and I wrote in my notes, only because like it stood out so much to me, that like after she gets punched in the face, the cookie flies back into her mouth, and then she gets up and she's still eating the cookie while she's yelling at Toru. And I'm like,
That was
that is
great.
incredibly fucking Elma.
I actually
Like
have like
like
so few notes for Dragon Maid season 2 because I just love it so much.
all of my notes that I have written down are just from the first episode because that's when I took the notes. But I could fucking talk about Dragon Maid for literally hours if I let myself.
Oh, same here for
But
sure.
we'll bar the discussion to just the first two episodes in this case.
So,
We'll also we should have probably mentioned this before, but Dragon Maid is the only sequel that we're going to be talking about on this podcast because neither of us have seen some of the prequels to the shows that are getting sequels this season, like the fucking other. Oh well, I'm speaking. I might be speaking for myself here. I don't know. Have you seen The Irregular at Magic High School?
no.
Yeah, neither have I. And there's a new. I think this is a spin-off that's occurring this season.
I think Dragon Maid
But
is the only sequel where I've seen the original show like airing this season. Yeah, I haven't seen
um,
Tensei. Uh
I've only seen the first season of Reincarnated Slime. I haven't seen the first part of the second season, and this season has the second part. I have seen the first season of Hamifura. I might watch the second season. I wasn't a big fan of the first season. I think as far as sequels go, that's the only things I've seen though, or like will have planned to see, because like there's a new When They Cry or Higurashi, and I haven't seen any of that. There's a new fucking Love Live, but I don't care.
I still haven't seen anything from Love Life, but it gets shit on so often.
Your life is better for it.
It's one of those shows where it's
Um,
so notoriously bad I don't want to even start it. That and Sword Art Online.
I have seen Sword Art. I've only seen the first season, and I've had season two described to me, and it's hilariously stupid.
I only know about Sword Art Online season 1 from Digi's video.
The dead name.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yig Studio. As
I
if
thought
anyone
it's
knows who I'm
Beatrice
talking
the
about.
Golden Witch. Oh, they might know, and they might be very sad and or very disgusted.
But
But
yeah.
back to Dragon Maid. I'm going through all of my notes. So in episode 1, we'll try to encapsulate why we love Dragon Maid as if the last half hour of discussion hasn't already been dedicated to that. We'll talk about the episodes themselves now. One of the elements that I appreciate about Dragon Maid that I see a lot of people give the show shit for is its sex appeal.
I don't really. Sometimes I mind it in shows when it's like the same shit you've seen over and over again. But Dragon Maid isn't formulaic like that. It's always sex appeal in a way that's tasteful and or interesting.
Yeah, the way the sex appeal works in Dragon Maid is that, like, in line with Cool Kyo's character designs that we were talking about like several hours ago, about how he either draws his characters with massive fucking tits or no tits at all, and all of the characters with the massive tits, at least in the anime, and this is probably KyoAni's doing more than Cool Kyo's, but maybe if Cool Kyo had his way, he could do this in the manga too. They're almost always bouncing up and down. It's not like distracting, and it's not like I say always, but it's not like a 24/7 thing. But when they bounce, they're given like a playful like boinging sound. It's almost kind of like a bubble.
Yeah, KyoAni really has a way of like animating that, but it's like you said, never distracting. It's always, it's not like they're defying Newton's laws and just constantly wiggling.
Yeah, exactly. And I wrote down in my notes that along with it's not just like the tits that contribute to the sex appeal of Dragon Maid. It's all like the different outfits that the characters find themselves into, and all of like the subtly different ways that the characters will well, I say subtly now, but then the second episode gets into like weirder territory about it, but we'll get to that when we get to that. I wrote down that when Toru is working at the Maid Cafe, Toru armpit is on full display.
I didn't actually notice that.
Like every time that she gets an opportunity to fucking throw her arms up, and like whether it be in like excitement or she's just doing her little like poses or whatnot, they'll like she's wearing a sleeveless shirt in her maid outfit, so like the pits they gotta be out.
I guess some people do have that fetish. I read like 8 chapters of a manga about armpit fetishes.
I think there's a manga. I posted it into one of my discords that I'm in. I hear it's it's getting localized in America later this month, I think, called Yokubo Pandora. And the fucking description is just like the main character, and I quote, might humbly call himself an armpit connoisseur. And
I need to read
but
this.
But for all of his meticulous study, will he ever find pitch perfect pits?
I fucking love this and I haven't even read it.
And I don't mean to derail the conversation as much as I am, but like let me just send you the image of the volume 1 to like show you the level of culture that this author is working on.
Oh Jesus Christ, that is some detail.
That is fucking. That is not an armpit. That is that is how in hentai they fucking spread the pussy, and he has taken that and photoshopped it on to the underside of a woman's arm.
It's honestly kind of unsettling.
I'll throw it up onto the visual part of the podcast for the viewers,
for their enjoyment / displeasure,
for knowledge, for education, for their culturing.
Back to the topic
Toru
at hand.
armpits, Toru armpits on full display, and then we get into the character that I was calling months ahead of time, like maybe even a year before, and I was like, oh man, Twitter's not gonna be fucking ready for a Lulu.
When you see a
And
Lulu, depending on the type of person you are, you either think, wow, I'm disgusted, that's pedophilia. Wow, Twitter's gonna be disgusted by this. No in between.
I thought you were gonna say, "Oh, I'm disgusted. Oh, look at Alulu. Look at her design. I'm disgusted. This is pedophilia."
I
Or,
watched
"Oh
the
man, look at
first
Alulu."
season.
I
How would
thought,
I watch
no,
the first season and not be disgusted, but get disgusted at
well,
you, Lulu?
well, I thought you were gonna say in the first like the two extremes were either, "Oh, what the fuck? This is pedophilia. Look at her design," or like, "Oh, look." And the other extreme is, "Oh, what the fuck? Look at her design. I'm a pedophile."
I mean, I guess that's one extreme.
I don't mean to be the guy to throw up the, well, actually she's hundreds of years old, so it's okay that she has massive fucking flame tits despite having Kana's body.
I think
But
there's a certain point where it fails to be boobs and they're just giant udders.
I mean, well, that's the thing though. In canon, they are not just tits. They are where her flame sacks are stored, and that's why she cannot shrink them. And that's why when she fucking breathes fire, her tits fucking light up from within to that way she can exhale the flames.
There
It's
is
not
actually like a canon explanation. Like the reason why her proportions are so fucked is because she's bad at transforming. The reason why her boobs are so big is because that's where she gets her powers from.
like
It's great.
it's not a good explanation as to why her tits are so fucking massive, but the fact that there's any explanation at all, and that the author is like will dig in his heels and be like, yeah, this is my excuse for giving this lolly build character massive fucking milkers. And
No,
it's so absurd that I kind of can't help but salute and be like, hell yeah, brother.
I absolutely love the explanation because for once you can actually say it's for the plot.
So speaking of a Lulu, that's the big thing of season 2, the new character. Well, one of the two new characters, but the only one that Twitter gives a shit about. And how she's problematic for two reasons. We'll get into the second one later, but the first reason is the design, and we've already discussed like what does, like, you said you've watched season 2 and like you've kind of like gotten numb to it.
Wait. Did I say that?
Well, maybe not necessarily numb, but you said like, you were like, oh, I watched season 1. I'm like, this doesn't really bother me that much.
I mean, it never bothered me in the first place, but like, yeah, I just expect this from Cool Kyo at this point. It's like, yep, that's Cool Kyo Shinja for you.
So then Ilulu shows up, and she's like, Toru, you can't be fucking dicking around here with these humans, and if you're gonna stay here, then you are my enemy. And then, seemingly just to flex, or it's either just a flex or it's KyoAni asserting their T-pose dominance over the entire anime sphere, they give us what might just be a fight scene of the year.
It is an incredible fight scene. It's like KyoAni somehow manages to put in every single one of their slice of life shows some kind of over-the-top fight scene. You know, first it was Love Chunibyo and Other Delusions, and then it was Dragon Maid. What's next? The world ends and a cute girl's doing cute things show?
Yeah, going back to the to season 1 of Dragon Maid, one of the most famous scenes from the first season is that brief, like, I think it lasts all of like 30 seconds. It's just a skirmish between Toru and Kana, and they're just roughhousing, but roughhousing to dragons is like a full-on fucking anime fight to humans where they're fucking grappling and causing massive shockwaves. Kana fires a fucking lightning Kamehameha at Toru, who just fucking catches it in her hands, fucking unleashes a fucking tailed beast bomb that decimates the landscape. And meanwhile, KyoAni's just flexing as hard as they can, just being like, oh yeah, we animated this fight scene as crazy and beautifully and smoothly as we could. just cause like why not?
See, one of my favorite parts about that scene that you're mentioning is like the lighting gets so dark, so it isn't just that it's smooth, it's outright pretty. You know, the beams of light are just like glowing against the dark background. It feels pretty to watch, even though it's like two dragons decimating an entire field.
Yeah, the special effects are crazy, the shading is immaculate, and then this fight scene that goes from like the season 1 fight between Toru and Kana is like all of 30 seconds and it's ultimately a joke. This fight scene is like 1/3 of the episode and is played completely seriously.
It was
like this is an actual
surprisingly
long
conflict. Fight scene. Yeah, it was honestly almost jarring because it's not what I expect from the show, but I mean jarring in the best way possible because it was like I was not expecting that. I fucking love this.
I was blown away by how much I adored this fight scene because I thought it was just gonna be like, oh, they're gonna trade blows a few times and it's gonna look like the KyoAni standard of nice. But no, they fucking go off. Fucking like their grapple, the choreography of the fight is great. Toru fucking throws her up, and like does a fucking kick, like plants her foot right into her face while like kicking upwards and launching her up. And then as they fly at each other, their fucking light trails blazed all throughout the sky. Fucking Ilulu shoots a big ass like her fucking flame tit blast, and she's aiming for the city. Toru grows her wings out to massive size to block them all, and each one seems like individually animated. And then fucking Ilulu goes in with her fucking claws, and the fucking to tie it all back to Coolkyo with sex appeal goes right after her tits, and there's like a big fucking exposed X boob window on her tits now.
Oh yeah, I loved that detail.
And like then she like claws her back. There's a big fucking painful looking claw mark down her back. She looks damaged, scratched up. She's not bleeding because I don't think no there's blood in the show, but it's not taken as dark a level as like something like Peach Boy or Idaten, but it's like serious enough to the point where it's almost more like, because it's contrasts with like the cutesy slice of life antics that the show is normally doing, it almost feels like more serious than either fight from both of those other shows.
I will say I was certainly more invested in this fight, not just because of like, you know,
their characters we already invested in,
and like the 14 prior episodes to this, but it's also just like, you know, it has such a distinct atmosphere, and it's like it feels so dramatic in a sense. Even though it is like completely over the top, it still feels like something you should take seriously.
And the part of the reason that plays into that is because Toru is fucking playing the role of Superman and adding a layer of intrigue, like an additional component to the fight scene. It's like she could fucking one-shot Ilulu if she wanted to, but if she did that, she would fucking destroy the planet, or at least, very least, the city. So Toru is like, while she's fighting Ilulu, she's also doing the Superman thing of protecting the city at the same time when she throws up her wing shields or when she's holding back while fighting her. And comes a point where she's getting frustrated and like is kind of like losing her grip on holding back. He's like, I don't know what to do. If I fight you with everything I got, then Kobayashi and the city will be destroyed. But if I don't fight you with everything I got, then I might die because I'm not trying hard enough.
That was like that moment. Like in the moment, it's like holy shit, panic, you know. But then like afterwards, there's like this really touching scene of Kobayashi like congratulating her. It's like, I just love this show so much.
Every time Kobayashi gives Toru a head pat, it's instant serotonin that flows through every vein of my body. And
it's like, I just love every detail.
even before that, like they're characterizing Kobayashi yet again, like even mid fight scene with the one line that like sticks out to me the most is when Kobayashi's like kind of nonchalantly watching the fight, and Elma's with her, being like, you don't seem like very concerned for Toru," and like, do you really think she's got this? And then Kobayashi says, "I'll believe in Toru because that's really all I can do, so I'll just do that." Because Kobayashi realizes that, like, yeah, I'm just a human, and this is like dragon conflict. I cannot insert myself into this, or I will die. But I've known Toru for long enough to be like, yeah, I'm just gonna put my faith in her because I've put my faith in her before, and it's paid off, and like it's all I can do, so I'll just do that. And that fucking knocked me out of my chair. Like, yes, this is writing. This is fucking good characterization. This is how you develop like the mindset of a character, even while this fucking big fight that she doesn't really have a part in is going on.
Yeah, Kobayashi has always been, in case you couldn't tell from my Discord profile picture, although I guess you listening won't be able to know it, but yeah, I have a Kobayashi profile picture right now ever since Season 2 started airing, and she's always been my absolute favorite character of the cast, and that's because of her nonchalant attitude. She's just very chill, very I don't know if I'm using this word correctly, but pragmatic, logical, and just
Yeah,
has. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say those are all accurate.
Yeah. Just her way of looking at the world and interacting with it. The show just lets it breathe and shows you, Kobayashi doing these Kobayashi-like things and interacting with people in Kobayashi-like ways, and it does that with all the characters. I feel like the characters in Dragon Maid are just able to breathe and be themselves, if that makes any sort of sense.
Yeah, Kobayashi is easily the best character in the show, and which is impressive because there are a lot of good characters. Like Toru's great. Kana, she doesn't really develop, but like she is like always fun to watch. Like in terms of like the character arcs, Kobayashi, Toru, Ilulu is getting in on the action now. I think like as the show's going to progress, like even Elma is getting more characters development now. But it's always the most development has been in the hands of Kobayashi and Toru, and not only is Kobayashi the hottest character in this show, which is also saying a lot because the show has fucking god tier character designs just because. What's great about Kobayashi, one of the reasons that I love her so much is that she will also like so many of these other bland cookie cutter milk toast anime protagonists will fucking think their worldviews to themselves, and Kobayashi will also do this from time to time. But why it doesn't bother me is because she will fucking tell her worldview. She'll like explain why she thinks the way she does to the other characters in the form of giving them advice and explain to like why she can give this advice and why she sees things the way she does, and it's always believable. It's like one of the best scenes in the show is when they're all in the season 1 is when they're all at the beach and she's talking with Toru and she's like, no one becomes an adult, they just stop being a kid. And like that's not a thought that she thinks to herself, that's just a thought that she has and she says out loud to Toru because it was relevant to the conversation, and it's a piece of her worldview that she just brings up nonchalantly because that's just part of the conversation that they're having, because all of Cool Kyo's dialogue is fucking, at least in Dragon Maid, the most out of all of his other shows, are like this, and it's part of the reason why Dragon Maid is fucking god tier.
Yeah, I love that you bring that up because it's like that's one of my favorite sort of pieces of dialogue in season 1. And Dragon Maid is always like consistently top notch when it comes to like interweaving more to sound like a pretentious hipster for a bit, deep dialogue. It just sort of interweaves that with like its ridiculous slapstick comedy, but it does it so naturally. It never feels like whiplash. It's always like, and now we're at this part, and now we're at that part, and it's like, I guess, drifting along in a very, a way that holds your attention and just keeps it there.
Yeah, with and with Kobayashi, one of the other things that makes her interesting to watch, especially in this new episode 1 of season 2, is that the very rare contrast of when we like, because we see her mostly in chill mode, where she's just like, she like looks at a situation, contemplates like what the best thing to say is, and then will say it, and like, she doesn't have to do some fucking bullshit stupid ass, oh, I'm a coder, so I'll just like act like this is a fucking coding situation and I'll like treat it as such. She just treats it like a fucking normal human being, which is unfortunately a refreshing thing to say when it comes to anime.
Oh, I know exactly what show you're thinking about as you said that.
I cannot wait till we get to that one, but
that was a thing. But yeah.
What I assume we're talking about the same show, and I do have some things to say about it when we get to it. But
I have some very kind words.
Well, I want to keep this rooted in Dragon Maid right now. Like at the end of season 1 of Dragon Maid is when we see Kobayashi sort of at her lowest point. And it's like almost like back to where she was at the beginning of the season, because Kobayashi is kind of a depressed character until Toru comes into her life. Because like she's not like living, she is just existing. She's just going about her day-to-day life. She didn't have many friends. She just like did her job. She kept her mouth shut. Just did the daily grind. And it wasn't until Toru came into her life and like gave her this new found family and new family dynamic between her and Kana that gave her life a new sense of like purpose and stability that well, not necessarily even stability, but like a sort of instability that like she has to adapt with now, and like she grows accustomed to, because it makes having them around makes her happy. And then at the end of season 1 where Toru disappears, and then we see that like that spark in her life go away, and we see visibly how her life is definitely worse off, and she's more of a mess, and she's clearly more miserable, but like she'll still survive. Like she'll exist. She existed without Toru, and she can go on to exist without her, as we see at the end of season 1, where she can, like, it's not pretty, but she runs the apartment that she and Kana live in enough. Like it's like there's clothes all strewn about, the laundry's everywhere. She is making messes, dropping coffee and milk on the floor, but like she is able to teach Kana like how to prepare food for herself. She'll survive. And like, but when she like Toru comes back into her life, and she's like rushes over to the door and opens it, and like, oh, Toru, are you really back? And like we see the walls come down, because she's a sort of a sheltered character, because she doesn't like letting people in that much, because she's never had an opportunity to let people in. And then when that way of life is threatened again, where her dad is threatening to take Toru back away from her, and then we see Kobayashi for the first time not logically assess a situation or like give time for hesitation, and flies by the seat of her pants and like gives off all of these demands like, no, fuck you, you can't take my maid, she's living with me, fucking deal with it. And it's interesting to see her like that. It's like just the contrast. And she's like how seemingly desperate she is, but like it's not desperate to like just have the stability of having Toru like run her life in a way. It's like she just wants, it's like she's desperate to have Toru just back in her life because she misses her.
Yeah, that part of season 1 is probably one of my favorite, that specific arc and how it relates to Kobayashi, probably one of my favorite aspects of the first season. And we definitely see a bit of that in episode 2 of the second season, where she's reflecting on her life and being like, I really was just sort of barely living without all these unpredictable dragons in my life. I thought the point of life was to be a drone in the corporate machine and just go about my daily routine and make a paycheck. But now I have, actual friends in a sort of found family dynamic. And that was, I thought it was a pretty, sort of touching moment and being of her sort of reflecting back on her life, being like, it's so much better now. These two, at least the 2 episodes I saw, were just filled to the brim with touching moments.
Yeah, and then we see like that whole thing with Kobayashi getting desperate to have Toru remain in her life at the end of season 1. We get a flash of that in the first episode of season 2, where as the fight's going on and Kobayashi is realizing that Toru can't win the fight unless she goes all out, but she can't or else the city will get destroyed. And she's doing like, Elma, you have to go fucking help her. And she's like, oh, no, like, no, this is the way dragons are. Like, if Toru dies, I'll go in to fight, but I can only assist when Toru dies. And if that were to happen, then so be it. But like Kobayashi is like, then that's when she starts to panic, and she's realizing that like Toru is doing all this holding back for her sake and the people of the city's sake, and like it now is like has to go as far as to fucking bribe Elma with all like these different. She starts listing off frantically all the different sweets that she'll give her, and Elma's like hunger grin is getting bigger and bigger, and it's like it's a multi-tiered brief little exchange, because like it's Kobayashi's desperation to be like, please, I will give you all of these things. I'll fucking like bribe you if it'll get you to help Toru. And Elma being like, oh my god, you are literally describing my heaven right now.
That scene was absolutely fantastic. And one thing I will point out is that like Elma actually got a bunch of characterization in that scene compared to what she got before. Like she was by no means a one-dimensional character before. She definitely had a personality, but like seeing her react in that way, that was a really like, oh, there's something to this.
Yeah, and then we get more of that, yeah, even later in the season when we dive into her and Toru's backstory with their relationship. But after Kobayashi convinces Elma to help Toru by putting up a barrier around the city so that Toru can go all out, Toru fucking one-shots Elma with his big fuck-off full-power Dragon Blast with fucking Dragon Ball Z impact frame, like fucking vaporizes her, and then fucking coldly just opens a portal, force pushes her down in and closes the portal, and it's fucking badass. And like I had a big fucking stupid grin on my face going, hell yeah, kill Annie.
That scene was just incredible. And one small detail that I noticed and for some reason really appreciated is the detail of like Ilulu being basically in episode 1 it's revealed that the dragon world almost has like a sort of political spectrum, which was always in the show, but it gets a bit more sort of forthcoming with like how that is. Ilulu is on the extreme end of the sort of dragon political spectrum, where she doesn't think Earth is really valuable at all and just wants it all to burn to the ground, whereas Toru is a bit more mild, and a lot of the Chaos faction wants Earth to still be, to still exist, like Toru's father. And that was sort of like, I guess, a subtle bit of world building that I really enjoyed hearing about.
The world building in Dragon Maid that continues to impress me with every passing episode, because much like interspecies reviewers, while we don't get much time to explore the fantasy world half of Dragon Maid, we only get that every rare instance where we get like the flashback episode to where Toru had that relationship with that human in the dragon world for the briefest time, or later in the season where we get to dive into Toru and Elma's backstory. Sorry, I just my mom. I'm sorry, my mom just texted me telling me that my my sister's third baby was just born.
Oh, nice.
I just want to get a look at her real quick. Ah, I knew it. It was a girl. I'm sad there was not a betting pool because I would have won. What the fuck were we talking about? Oh yeah, world building. Even like as far as the episode with Toru and Elma's development going into it, it's not as like mechanically intrinsic as interspecies reviewers like going into like the mechanics of every different individual species and how they work. But what Coolkyo does is that he develops the politics of these dragons and how that they're the factions ordered into chaos and into harmony, but that there are now sub factions within the chaos and the harmony dragons, where it's like, oh, that there are some chaos dragons where that like are completely dedicated to just nothing but destruction and there are no rules whatsoever. And Toru's one of the chaos dragons where she's like, oh yeah, I'll be like chaotic neutral where I'll fuck shit up if I have to, but like I'll abide by the rules if it'll make me I'll abide by like the rules of the human world if it'll make me happy in this relationship with Kobayashi.
Yeah, something I've always sort of appreciated, and I guess this is half world building and half characters, is that all the characters in Dragon Maid feel very storied. You know, you have Lukoa, who, you know, I forget exactly what it is, but like something with someone like putting something in her drink and the story always gets cut off and it's sort of a running gag. You know, all the dragons are like very, you know, they're constantly on their toes for danger. You know, you realize that these characters have all been through a lot, and you know, it sort of grounds them and like makes this alternate dragon dimension feel more real, and like the characters really do come from there and have been living, you know, this separate life for most of their time being alive.
Yeah, because that's one of the main appeals and appeals of Dragon Maid, where it's these dragons who've lived for fucking centuries and can I think they cannot die of aging, or at least like they live for like a fucking eternity, and where they have probably like hundreds of years of history, and like no human would even like Kobayashi's life, for example, will ultimately just be a blip in the grand never-ending life of Toru. But like it's the contrast of these long world-ending dragons with like these rich expansive histories that exceed the life of an average human, being domesticated in the human world and living amongst them and realizing that their ways of life are not so different from that of the humans, or that they could even live amongst the humans without causing any problems, and that they're like, despite how different that dragons are from humans in terms of like physical features and abilities, the way that they think is not that different.
Yeah, that was like one of the main themes of season 1, and will probably play a part in season 2 in some probably smaller ways. But yeah.
It does play a part near the end of the first episode of season 1, where Ilulu tracks down Kobayashi, and after she tries seducing her with her big fucking lolly tits, and Kobayashi fucking gives him the biggest smack in history.
Oh, that was amazing.
She said her fucking line was like, "I will fucking rain hellfire and fury upon those big bags of milk for all of my life," because she fucking hates how all the dragons have impossibly huge tits and she has no tits.
I loved that interaction. Just all the dialogue is so great.
And then they have a little powwow on the train home, where Kobayashi tries to like understand Ilulu's line of thinking, and then she's like, and Lulu's like, "Oh, humans can't like understand the ways of dragons. This is just how dragons think." And it's like, and then she fires back with, oh, are all the ways that dragons think, are dragons all allowed to have independent thoughts, or like how can are able to think for themselves without following the ways of one person thinking? And then Ilu's like, oh, of course we can. And then Kobayashi's like, oh, so the way that that line of thinking of how that you just described to me, which dragon came up with that? Were you the dragon that came up with that, or was that someone else? And then that fucking flusters Ilulu, and it's like dialogue like that, where it's like she's able to make the dragons realize that their ways of thinking between the dragons and the humans aren't as different as they believe it to be. Is like what I fucking live for.
Kobayashi, over the course of the series, has sort of come into her own in the sense of like dealing with all these dragons. At this point, she's sort of just used to it, and I kind of like that detail of her character. She's just seen so many dragons that at this point it's like, yep, I can talk her out of this. Let's go.
Yeah, I love that. When the second time she sees Alulu, when she meets her on her way home from work, her immediate thought is not like, "Oh shit, my life is in danger." She's like just fucking, "Oh, it's you're that dragon," and is just able to have a normal conversation with her.
That's always been one of my favorite parts of Kobayashi's character in terms of like her reactions. Because I mean, even in like the very first episode of season 1, giant dragon at her doorstep, it breathes in her face. She just stands there, mildly afraid.
And what's great about that is that she's only mildly afraid because she's under the impression that it's all a dream, and like she's just about to wake up, and then it's only what snaps her back to reality is that realizing when that's not a dream is then she looks at the clock. It's like, oh shit, I'm about to be late for work, and then she immediately finds a use for Tor, like, can you fly me to work? And then that's how their relationship blossoms by like, and like she sees how useful Toru can be. It's like, oh man, I'll never be late to work again because you'll just fucking fly me there.
Honestly, thinking back on it, that scene really does sort of encapsulate Kobayashi's character.
Like it's not. I hesitate to say that she is using Toru because that's far from the truth. But like when she needs to, she has manipulated Toru a couple times, if only like to take advantage of her goodwill, like to help her around the house. Be like, damn, if this dragon did this thing for me, I'd probably like think she was like the coolest maid in the world. And then Toru,
yeah,
like,
I remember
because
that.
she's fucking pussy whipped and simped for Kobayashi the hardest. She'll be like, oh hell yeah, because she sees it as an opportunity to get into her like good graces even higher.
This is completely off topic, but the one joke about Ilulu and her hand being this giant ball of mini hands is probably the hardest I've laughed at anything in Dragon Maid.
It was definitely funny. I can't think of like the funniest joke in Dragon Maid because I can't think of like a laugh out loud moment or like one that had me laughing as hard as something like Love is War had me laughing out loud about, but it is definitely a funny show. And what I did love about episode 1 that got me probably to laugh the hardest out of the show, at least in that episode, was that short cutaway to Lukawa and Shota, where Lukawa's just on the phone talking about what the fuck ever, and then Shota's just in the background practicing the recorder, and then she's just, whether it's like just because or it's instinctive, she's just shaking her ass to the beat of to the tune of the recorder. And it was so inspirational to me. I don't know if you've seen this, but I made an edit of it on Twitter where I set it to fucking Back That Ass Up by Juvenile, and it's one of my favorite things that I've ever made.
風電車
Girl, you're working with some ass hand. Your bad jam, make a nigga spend his cash hand. His last hand.
See, you weren't even the only one who made a Dragon Maid meme of that same scene and sent it to me. Because another one of my friends literally did that exact same thing, but put I think it was Gangsta's Paradise over it.
Oh my god, you need to fucking send that to me now.
I'm not sure if I can find it because I nuked my Twitter. I could just DM him on Discord.
Oh, you nuked your Twitter again?
I made a new Twitter, but then I forgot my password. Or something like that. Or actually, no, I think I forgot the
Damn.
email I used. Whatever.
Sometimes it just be like that, huh?
And I mean, honestly, I don't even really miss Twitter.
So there's two more notes that I want to talk about Dragon Maid before we finally move on, because we've been talking about Dragon Maid for deadass at least 1 hour now.
I have a timer with me. It has absolutely been over an hour. And also, before you get into that, it was actually a DaBaby song, not Gangsta's Paradise. He DM'd to me.
That's not as nice then.
Sad.
I still want to see it.
I mean, I can edit it.
The new ED, I like it, but this is one of the instances where I do think the first season did it better. Where the song is better in the first one, and I think I prefer the visuals to the first ED to the second one.
The visuals in the new ED they're interesting, but I hard agree. The ED in the original Dragon Maid is probably my favorite of like all the OPs and EDs in any of the seasons. That ED is god tier, moi.
Yeah, I just like that one bit in the first Dragon Maid ED where they're just shaking their hips to the tune and they're singing the song, and then they all join in together and they're just like moving side to side in the beat, and it's the cutest fucking thing. And the second ED, they do have the dragon girls doing their own cute little dances to the song, like at one point, like in the middle, and then at the very end, they're just like fucking just dancing all around and like cheering, and Elma's doing this really cute fucking pumping her fists and like skipping in place, and it's all
that's the one
that's
the one visual of the ED in this new season that has really stuck with me. Elma doing that dance.
I'm very glad that you also latched on to it like I have.
That is
fucking
absolutely
adorable.
great. Just god tier. That one thing.
Yeah. It's just that the song is not as good, and the visuals, like the half of it is just like rotating backgrounds, and like it's cute that they're themed on like the characters' personalities, but like it's just not as interesting as the dancing and the visuals of the first ED.
Yeah, I honestly don't really remember the song for the ED too much. Just kind of left to my mind. No, I remember the OP, just not the ED.
Yeah, and then the last note that I wanted to leave Dragon Maid on that I have is that where Kulkyo goes further beyond, and he goes if you thought Dragon Maid was fucking problematic before, this is where Kulkyo's like he takes Kana and Luko as like, this is problematic. Then he pulls out Alulu like, and this is a problem that's gone beyond problematic. Or you could say, or you could just call it problematic level 2. And then he fucking turns Kobayashi into a Funanari and goes, and this is to go even further beyond.
The Kobayashi penis arc. It is incredible. It lasted surprisingly short.
It's not
too.
the arc we needed, it's the arc we deserve.
Yes.
And when Dragon Maid was first airing back in season 1, and the manga was getting more attention because of it, one of the infamous chapters was that one where Ilulu curses Kobayashi and gives her a dick, and what people were like pissed about at first was like Kobayashi was like attributing, I think it was like a matter of like because she has a dick, now she's like feeling all of these male like feelings, and like and it's like it's all one of those gender, like there's one of those like dangerous minefield gender things that like, you wouldn't want to touch with a fucking 1,000-foot pole.
Do I even have to ask if this happened on Twitter?
to my knowledge, it didn't, like, when the episode came out, it was more of a stink back in, like, the season 1, when people, like, turning their attention to the manga than it happened in, season 2 for the anime. I did see some people being like, oh, that's kind of weird that you're contributing.
You're cutting out a bit on my end. I'm not sure if it's my Wi-Fi.
Shit, am I?
My connection looks okay.
Some people for this episode, people were getting all pissy. Well, I didn't see as many people get upset about it as they did back 4 years ago, but I did see some people being like, "Oh, what are you doing, projecting these male like feelings and thoughts onto this female character now that she has a dick?" They're saying like that the penis is defining her, like what she views as sexual now. To play like the worst devil's advocate, like I can kind of see where they're coming from, and like I did, like, as much as I can defend the actions and the writing things of Coolkyo, I did find it the slightest bit suspect where in that segment where Kana and Toru are playing with her on the couch with that to that kids TV show, like pretending it's like a train, and as Kana's like rubbing up against Kobayashi's crotch, and she's like trying not to get aroused. I did get like the slightest feeling of like, that's a little weird.
Yeah, I can definitely see that with specifically Kana. I thought the entire scene itself was pretty funny overall.
Oh, I thought it was funny, cause like, fucking, first of all, Coolkyo turning the hottest and best character of Dragon Maid into a Funanari is like the best thing he's ever done, and he could have ended Dragon Maid right then and there, and I would have been satisfied. It's even, if believe it or not, they take it even, Coolkyo takes it even further in the manga, and makes it even more, I don't know, criminal, I think might be the word that I'm thinking of, not to exaggerate, but KyoAni did try their best to like reel it in a little. In the manga, in that scene where Kobayashi wakes up in the morning, it's like, all right, I gotta fucking deal with this now, I guess. And then she sees that Kana was sleeping next to her the whole time, and she's trying not to let that affect her or bother her. In the anime, she's like just in her casual clothing, like the same clothes she always wears. In the manga, Kana's not wearing anything.
Oh.
And it's like, and Kobayashi's like, they don't make it a point towards like, or like rather Coolkyo doesn't make it a point to be like, oh, Kobayashi's getting turned on by this naked lolly child's body, but it's more of like the fact that like she is like clinging to her, and like she has these different hormones inside her that like she doesn't know how to respond to them, and like Toru and Kana keep inadvertently setting it off, and she's like just trying to hide it because that's all she can think to do at the moment. Yeah, like in the manga, that's the only like main difference. And so I agree with what KyoAni did to cover up the child. I feel like that was a good thing to do.
I don't know. I didn't really think anything like, to quote you, criminal,
like, well,
even though it isn't really, even though you said it isn't really appropriate, I can't really think of another term. I didn't really think of it that way.
I didn't once think that Kobayashi was gonna go full fucking pedo. It's like, oh my god, Kana's so fucking hot now. But like,
yeah, lolicon
like
Kobayashi.
the only part that, like, yeah, the only part that no, that's a Psycho's job. The only part that weird, like, I mean, not even like weirded me out, because like I've seen worse. Like this shit's like, it's only like mildly upsetting. No, well, not even upsetting. I don't want to like say anything to make it like sound worse than it is. Like the only part that was like a little weird that I think KyoAni did tastefully enough was like when they're playing Train on the couch, and like Kobayashi's just trying to focus on not getting a boner while kind of sitting on her lap. And like it's mostly even because Toru is just like pressing her tits up against her back, and like pressing her crotch up against Kobayashi's behind. So it's like it's more of even like that than anything Kana's doing.
Yeah, I think the reason why, I mean, I wasn't even really weirded out at all because the way I read it, at least, and I guess the other interpretation is fine enough, but the way I read it was she was more afraid of getting a boner, more than like, I feel it coming right now, oh my god.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed with Cool Kyo and KyoAni that there is no scene in neither the manga nor the anime where she violently masturbates in order to keep the erection down.
I was
And
waiting
we don't
for
get
her.
a fucking full 2-page spread of Kobayashi Kum. And that is the biggest missed opportunity, so it's sad that I gotta give Dragon Maid Season 2 the 0 out of 10 that it truly deserves.
I don't think that's going far enough. Fucking -3.
Should have had more Fuda come.
I desperately miss Kobayashi's definitely 6-incher.
Nah, bro, it's fucking 12. She got the fat 12-incher.
Yeah,
It's 12 inches in length and in girth. Like only Toru with her fucking dragon pussy would be able to say it, and that's why at the end of that part of the episode, she's like, Lulu gave you a dick, huh? Well, yeah, I guess I'll have to change it back, but I'm gonna have a little fun with this, and she fucking disrobes in front of her. It's like, all right, Kobayashi, time to fucking get that shit all up inside my dragon coochie, and then Kobayashi's like, you took off your maid outfit. And like her fucking
I love that.
Like she's under the influence of the love potion too from the fucking OVA that nearly caused her to have sex with Toru before. And but like when she takes off the maid outfit, like like between the dick and with her new hormones and the love potion, like she fucking is completely impotent. She's like, yeah, I feel nothing. You've taken up. Like, she's even like, how fucking could you? Like, you've ruined any spark because you took off the maid outfit.
That scene was just moi. I love how over the top maid obsessed Kobayashi is. Some things never change, even in the second season.
And like what's hilarious about it too is like you think back to when Kobayashi berates Toru for the way she dresses. Like, you're just doing fucking maid cosplay. You're not doing an actual maid outfit. And like, even then, it's like she's gotten to now. Like, we flash forward to this part of the show. Like, we're this far along now, and like, she's at the point where, like, between her dick and her the love potion, she's like, it's implied that she was willing to. Well, not necessarily willing, but like at this point, she would have fucked Toru had she not taken off her fucking cosplay maid outfit. She's like, Kobayashi is confirmed the maid outfit stays on during sex.
That is the most interesting piece of canon in the entire series.
And with that, I think we gotta, as much as it hurts, we gotta put a cap to the Dragon Maid discussion.
Sadly,
spoiler alert, it's show of the season.
I mean, I think we both knew even before saying it to each other that Kobayashi is at the top of both of our lists.
Yeah, like I would even go as far as to say Dragon Maid will end up being my anime of the year, because like I'm looking at the fall list and nothing about it is jumping out to me and looking like it's going to even come close to even touching Dragon Maid, and nothing that I've seen from the past 2 seasons has come close to touching it either.
To put this in a bit of perspective as to how clear Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid is, at least for me, I've rated the top 2 shows of the season for me, even though they're still currently airing. Kobayashi, easy 10 on my AniList account. The number 2, which I won't spoil yet, it's an 8 out of 10. Kobayashi is just so clear, it's not even a competition.
I think I'm in like the exact same boat.
I did not expect to be spending an hour on Dragon Maid, but I am not disappointed with how our time has been spent.
I feel the same way. All right, so now that we've got the Cool Kyo trilogy out of the way, we'll go down the list in order of release. So, the first non-Cool Kyo show is Vanitas no Carte, or the Case Study of Vanitas.
This is the very last show I watched in like the entire thing. And so it's probably the freshest in my mind. Although I looked at my notes right before this on the case study of Vanitas and literally forgot what one of my notes even meant, even though I watched it like a few hours ago. Luckily I remembered, but yeah, that's fun.
I am in the opposite camp. After Peach Boy Riverside, Vanitas was the next show that I watched, and that was like a month ago now. So I can remember some of the notes and what they mean, but the elements of the show I have a little trouble remembering, if only because I've only seen the first episode. It's been a month, and I remember it being one of the better shows this season. It's a Bones show. It's so it's got some pretty good animations, got some nice character designs, and it's got an interesting setting. Well, yeah, I'll let you go ahead and take this one.
All right, so the case study of Vanitas is about this, basically this one guy named, I think it's pronounced Noe or Noah, something like that.
Noe.
Noe. And he's on this flying airship, and, you know, he's just, you know, he finds this girl, and they sort of get into a conversation, and we get a brief look at his personality. He is, you know, he has a bit of a dumbfounded expression at some points, and, you know, just some very brief characterization before we really get into the thick of things, where, well, actually, I should probably explain some of the world building first that it begins off with. Skipped a few steps there. Vampires normally get born on the red moon. This show is about vampires. But there's this one vampire named Vanitas who was basically born on a blue moon. So the vampire is born on the red moon because they see being born on the blue moon as a sign of bad luck. They sort of ostracize him from the rest of the vampires, and he swears Vanitas to basically take revenge on all of the vampires born on the red moon. And the name Vanitas gets passed down to, like, from vampire to vampire / human, along with a book that has, the powers are a bit unclear, but at the very least it can do some stuff with a vampire's name, and also can basically turn a red vampire to a blue vampire. And that's, I think, as far as the first episode goes into the book's powers. So Noe is on this airship, and he's looking for this book that Vanitas owns. And eventually, Vanitas crashes through the window with the book. So that's pretty convenient. And there's a bit more stuff that happens, I think, but the gist of it is this girl gets her name sort of, I guess, cursed in a way. It's not exactly clear as far as I remember, but her name gets cursed in some way, and she basically begins to, like, you know, cry out black tears, and there's like this black wound on her chest, and she goes insane basically and like tries to murder everyone. And Vanitas, with the book, calms her down, gets rid of the curse, and then, you know, Vanitas and Noe fall off of the airship at the end into, I think, a church with these sort of stained glass windows, and thus begins a sort of, it doesn't get too much into it in the first episode, but you know they're gonna become adventuring buddies. And, well, no, I think they have a conversation about it where it's like, please become my adventuring buddy, for lack of a better term, and we'll go do stuff together. And that's where the first episode leaves off.
Damn, you just went ahead and described the entire episode.
Yeah, might as well get
so
it out of the way.
On to the next show, then. Well, I mean, I was impressed by the case study of Vanitas right off the bat. it being like this steampunky what's the word I'm looking for? I want to say, is it Victorian era? Is that an appropriate time? Is that the appropriate time frame to describe the show with?
No clue.
Oh, okay. I looked at the show description, and it's 19th century Paris.
Huh.
So,
But yeah,
like I had Paris written down in my notes, but I also had the steampunk written down because like the fact that they were all traveling in these big ass airships, and like despite it being the 19th century Paris was immediately intriguing as setting it apart as a like an alternate history kind of show. And they've already got the vampires in there, who, might I add, everyone in the show is fucking dapped, dripped up. Everyone, like, they're fucking, they're moist, they're dripping with the fashion.
I noticed with, like, the crowd shots, you know, there's oftentimes in a lot of show where you look at the crowd and you're just like, they all look the same. I'm tired of looking at this. Feels like every other show I've seen. The crowd shots in this show are amazing because they all have these, like, you know, old style, interesting outfits. You know, the crowd shots in this show are very good, I'd say.
Yeah, not only are they not CG crowds, but they are they all have like distinct outfits, and like, well, they're not so distinct where it's like they could all be like different main characters that could like be in the show, but like they all look like they're different enough so that way you can tell that they're not just like copy pasted or like everyone wore the same fucking thing, but they're different enough to be like, wow, the people working on this went out of their way to make these make this world feel more lived in, because these people are wearing all these different, distinct, unique outfits, and now the world feels more unique and lived in.
The crowd shot was probably one of the first things that really was like, it doesn't feel like, you know, two main characters copy pasted onto a generic CG background. It feels lived in like, you know, a place I could actually visit, assuming I weren't in the modern day.
Even Vanitas, he's rocking fucking hourglass earrings. I think I might be remembering this wrong. I'm looking at his character design, trying to remember if he had like a really long ass ponytail, or if that was just like a long ribbon from his coat. Okay, I think it was. Okay, no, yeah, he does have a long ass ponytail, and everyone.
I'm bringing up his design right now.
Yeah, and Noah's got this fucking dapper ass white hat with a purple trim. And like everyone looks like they're dressed for a night on the town.
Oh yeah, Noe's costume like very immediately grabbed my attention. You know, white hair with the white suit, and he has this like top hat. The costume design in this show is really top notch.
Yeah, and the lady that they run into on the airship that you were talking about, I couldn't help but notice that despite her nice, fancy, classy ass dress, still plenty of space for her tits to be out.
I mean, it's anime. What do you expect at this point?
I can't. I'm not saying I'm unappreciative.
True.
And one thing that I did notice about this show is that it's gonna be one of them gay Fujo baiting shows where it's one of not to narc on or knock on rather the quality of the show and like or the reason that people are coming to it, but I can't help but think that there's gonna be a section of some Fujo whales that are gonna come to the show, maybe not because of how nice it looks or the story, but because that these two boys are pretty 5 feet apart because they're not gay, kind of baiting.
The first thing I thought when I saw this show's OP was literally, is this a gay vampire romance?
Speaking of the opening, it's a fucking bop.
I genuinely forgot what the opening sounds like. mean-
I'm gonna be honest. I've kind of forgotten how it sounds too, but I wrote down in my notes that the OP bop, so I'm very certain that if I like pulled it up right now and listened to it again, I'd be like, oh yeah, this is definitely a bop. And the more I would watch the show, the more it would stick in my head.
I'm definitely going to continue this show personally because I really liked it. Not anywhere close to the best show this season, but I'd say it's pretty good.
I would say it's definitely like top 5 of the season. It was one of the first shows that I watched this season. So like that right after Peach Boy gave me a positive first impression of this season. Like, damn, we've got 2 good shows right off the bat. It can only go up from here. And while it did do that for Dragon Maid, there were also that positivity did not last very long.
Oh, I bet.
But we'll get into that later.
It's funny
just
that
a
you
few
say
things-
top 5 because I actually listed out all the shows in order of like where I would place them in relation to one another. Case Study of Vanitas is actually my 6th show.
Ooh, I did not rank them. I did not have. If I had a little more time, because I was like, I was kind of rushing to finish some of these shows right before we had to start recording. So which is why I saved like the ones that I feel like that I thought I wouldn't like for last. But as far as like this is definitely one of the better ones as far as this season is concerned. A few more things that I wanted to. A few more things I wanted to point out before I go before we move on. I couldn't help but notice that the disease that the afflicted vampires rather is the I read it the first as the Maladies. And with everyone all dapped and dripped up, I couldn't help but like just feel like, oh, the Maladies have taken over her body. We gotta free her of the Maladies. And it was just
I understand
a
that.
stupid thing that made me laugh. And
Yeah, I understand that so much. I think the first time I came across that word, I pronounced it Milady.
yeah, and then as I looked it up, I realized it was pronounced malady, and it is a synonym for disease, which kind of spoiled the fun for me because I was really hoping that it was pronounced maladies. And I thought that the show would be about the nice guy vampires trying to free the afflicted vampires by wooing them with their nice guy mentalities.
Yes. He holds the door open, and then suddenly all the Miladies are just gone.
And not a one even looks at your penis. And then the way that he frees or he cures the afflicted vampires is you were talking about using their true name, and when they're cursed they get this other name. He frees them from their dead naming. Like these vampires are getting fucking dead named, fucking abused, and only by using the fucking N-word pass that he has in his grimoire that allows him to say the forbidden word that cures the vampires. And Vanitas is the hero we need.
Is there anything else you wanted to say?
The rest of my notes are that the ED is mostly in English and is also a bop, and that they give the show away at the end of the first episode. It's like, and this is the story of that, how Noe is narrating, and he's like, oh, and at the end, this is the story of how at the end of it all, I had to kill Vanitas.
I nearly forgot about that. That line had me pogging in real life, my mouth wide open, like, whoa. I really like it when shows spoil themselves because it sort of has that sort of anticipation to it where it's like, when is it gonna happen?
I can get behind that very rarely. I'm the kind of guy who wants every like big twist and turn that happens in a story to be a surprise. I don't want it told to me ahead of time unless it's something like an Idaten where we find out at the end of the first episode that fucking Ulysses is a turncoat, or he could be a turncoat. That he's working for one of the warring factions, and we don't know truly where his allegiance lies, and like that is fine because that's like there's still an air of mystery behind it. But like it's things like this where it's like, so I know how the story is going to end. We're just watching the steps of how we get to that ending.
I don't know. I've been spoiled sort of by shows that like mess with their timeline and like air episodes out of order. So I've kind of, sort of, I guess nowadays I just sort of appreciate like when a show is willing to go so far as to spoil itself, because then it feels, at least to me, like, oh, they're really confident in the moment to moment that it's just going to carry it. I don't think it works for every show. I think I mentioned Steins Gate earlier today, but that show would have suffered for it. But I think in this case, it gives the story a sort of sense of destiny to it that I really enjoyed, and it had me like, yes, I want to continue this now.
Yeah, it's definitely intriguing, especially after the whole bit at the end where it's like, Vanitas goes on this like grand monologue at the church building where it's like, no way, you will join me and we will we'll cure all of the vampires. He goes full fucking shonen, I will do this grand big task, and then Noah's like, nah, you're fucking weird, I don't want to interact with you anymore. And Vanitas is like, no, fucking help me out, bro.
That scene was great. And one last thing that I want to point out is that both the characters are, I wouldn't say intellectually stupid, but like in personality, kind of dumb, and I love it. Because like both are obviously like, Vanitas is obviously very powerful, and Noe isn't anything to be scoffed at either, but both of them have a bit of a dumber side to them that really endears them, so that like the case study of Vanitas does not have that much characterization, but what characterization there is all interesting. And I think that's the mark of a good show, where even if it doesn't have that much to chew on in terms of characterization, it still feels like, it's going somewhere, and like the show has really established something.
Well, and the thing with that is, even if most people end up feeling burnt out or like burned by case study Vanitas, and it doesn't end up being their thing, at least it gives the Fujos something to salivate and to fucking crack some eggs over until the next gay Fujo show comes along. Because I've seen some people going a little bit hog wild for Noe and Vanitas.
I have not interacted with the fandom for this show yet. Gonna have to look into that.
All right, I think we've said all we needed to say about Case Study Vanitas. We're gonna move on to the next show. I would like to introduce Girlfriend.
This was the second show I watched, so my memory. You know what? No, it's not going to be hazy. This show is burned into my memory, unfortunately.
This is the natural, logical endpoint of all harem anime. Like this, if you could like put every single harem anime into a fucking timeline of the logical events, this would be the final step. So this is about the only character whose name I fucking remembered from this first episode is Naoya. If only because he's the boneheaded one.
I actually have all of the character names written down, although I did not remember them before actually looking it up.
I did not care. One of the marks of how I judge how much I like a show is how easily or how accurately I can remember their names by the end of the episode, or even if I care to write their actual names down in my notes.
I'm just bad at names in general.
I mean, to be fair, we watched like fucking 20 different shows this season, so it's a lot to commit to memory. Girlfriend is about this dude named Naoya. It's I did not realize this until someone in a stream pointed out to me that this is from the author of Aho Girl. Did you ever watch that?
I've heard the name a bunch, but I
Yeah,
have not watched it.
It translates to Idiot Girl, and it's literally just a show about an actually straight up retarded main character girl who's just an idiot. She's got fucking maximum level acoustics. She's just gets she gets fucking straight up bullied by the love interest, or her love interest. He doesn't want anything to fucking do with her, but that's where all the comedy comes from. It's just point and laugh at the retarded girl for being retarded. And so that kind of boneheaded autistic retardation, if you will, seeps into the work that is girlfriend. So it follows Naoya, who is just starting a relationship with this redhead girl that he's been in love with pretty much his whole life, and he's so happy that they're finally in a relationship. And then he gets confronted by a blue-haired girl, and she confesses her love to Naoya. And the thing about Naoya is that unlike he's kind of got the John every anime design. He looks too much like the fucking dude from Quintessential Quintuplets, which bothers me. But what's great about him that sets him apart from every other harem show protagonist is that he is completely 100% open and straightforward with his feelings. There's no room for hesitation. There's no room for fucking what? We hold hands or any shit like that. He is the most open book possible and will not hesitate to tell both of these girls exactly how he feels. So when he is confronted by the blue-haired girl and she confesses her love to him, he is so emotionally moved by her confession, and so flattered and inspired, cuz he sees himself rather in her when she confesses, because it reminds him of when he would confess to the redhead girl. And so he is so moved by this that he's like, I'm sorry, I have a girlfriend, but I've been so moved by your confession that I kind of want you to also be my girlfriend. And so he's racking his brain trying to figure out what to do, and then he invites his redhead girlfriend over, and then they all hang out and they have a good time. Then he takes him to the park. It's like, all right, here's the thing, redhead girl, I love you more than anything, but this blue-haired girl has kind of gotten her way into my heart, and she had confessed to me today, and I can't bring myself to ignore her feelings. So the only logical solution that I can bring to the table is that all three of us start a fucking polyamorous relationship.
Oh God.
We just fucking we this is no longer a couple. We are now a throuple. And he pitches the idea to the redhead, and at first she's like, no, oh my god, what the fuck, no. And what I appreciate about this show as the first episode got on is that it puts all of its cards on the table, that this is not a actual romance show. This is straight up a comedy. It's not trying to play this straight. It's trying to play this as crazy, over the top, played for laughs as possible. Because when the redhead first meets the blue-haired girl, she's gets smitten with her immediately. Like, oh my god, she's so fucking cute. Where did you find her? I want to hang out with her. And she's like, at one point she even says, damn, if we weren't dating Naoya, I think I'd be dating her. So it's nice to establish that all three of our characters are bisexual at the get-go, which helps play into how the redhead is slowly coming around to the idea of the polyamorous relationship, and between Naoya being so adamant about it, I can't bring myself to reject her, but I also don't want to betray my feelings to you, and the blue-haired girl being like, I'm completely okay with this as long as I get to be in a relationship with Naoya, and they both together just bring down the resistances of the redhead, and almost kind of gaslight her into the throuple, and then they all move in together, and that's the show.
It is a thing. I have a surprising amount to say, although I guess it shouldn't be too surprising considering how, I guess, I hesitate to say out there, but that the concept is sort of out there, at least in terms of harem shows. One of the first things that sort of jumped out at me when watching this show is that all three of the main characters, Naoya, Saki, I have it written down, she's the redhead, and Nagisa, they're all incredibly flawed, like, as people, and, like, as characters, which you'd think would make them good characters, and I'll probably get more into that as we sort of go on. But, like, Naoya is obsessive. He asks out Saki, like, once a month, for many years straight. So he's obsessive. He's spineless also because, you know, he's in this happy relationship, but also just bends the second someone asks him out. Blue hair, I said it because that was in my notes, but Nagisa is also very obsessive, and it was, you know, she tried to perfect everything about her just to ask out Naoya for like months on end. And the second, I forget exactly what it is, but I have in my notes is she's obsessive to the point of sacrificing her own health. You know, she takes many hours out of her day to perfect herself just to ask out Naoya. And the second he shows any hesitation in saying yes, she starts to like, once again, oh yeah, I have it quoted here. Nagisa says, am I not good enough? You know, that as soon as there's any hesitation, like sort of blaming herself, like, oh, I'm not perfect enough. And then I have here as pink hair. You know, I'm just going to call them pink hair and blue hair. They don't deserve names. I have as her flaw, pink hair didn't file a restraining order on Naoya.
Yeah, like, cause her first instinct is to be like, no, do you have me? Like, we are not that we're not complicating this relationship by having a fucking we're not throupling up. This is a 2-man party, and I wanted to comment on something that you said earlier. You called Naoya spineless, and I will not accept Naoya slander on the timeline right now. Naoya is not spineless. He is on his based Sigma male mindset because he is doing his best to make both of these women the happiest possible while giving everything that he can to both of them. And that if that is not the ideal like nice guy male mindset taken to its like most ridiculous extreme, I don't know what is, but I know what it isn't, and it isn't fucking spineless.
I have to respectfully disagree. But yeah, Sigma grindset aside, I think it's pretty obvious that at some point during this show he's gonna have to choose because no one's really happy with the results. Although then again, I know there's more girls in this show. Maybe they just become a happy quintuplet of people.
Yeah, I think you're missing the I think that you might be missing the point of the show entirely. I do not believe for a second that it's gonna come down to he's gotta make a choice. Naoya will do fucking everything in his power, even if fucking 5 other girls get into his life and all want to love him. He will find a way to make sure that like all of them are happy and they're all in the same relationship, and he'll work 3 fucking jobs to afford a house big enough to hold all 8 of them, and will fucking make it so that way everyone is happy within the relationship.
I mean, maybe, but I mean, as I watched the show, I thought, like, no one really seemed completely satisfied. You know, blue hair is like, oh, you know, I'm just so desperate to have him. You know, even if he's doing this, dating someone else as well as me, I'm still going to do it. But like she poses him dating someone else as like a negative, and Saki clearly isn't happy. So I don't know. Maybe it'll go your way. Honestly, I'd probably prefer it that way. That sounds funny.
You say that Saki, the redhead, is not happy with it, and well, she definitely isn't at first, especially even after when they the two of them break her down and try to get her in on the idea. Once they all move in together, she slowly does become more open to the idea of like not necessarily the relationship itself, but what living under the same roof with two people who will essentially like do like her house chores and like will care and provide for her. Like she ends up becoming kind of like the sponger of the relationship, because while the blue-haired girl is like cooking dinner for them and Naoya's doing the house chores, she's just like fucking sitting down on the couch being like, Naoya, bring me some fucking snacks, and she's drinking a fucking orange mimosa in the bathtub, and she's like, damn, maybe I can get used to this.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And then that leads into the reason that like this show will probably have any longevity this season outside of it just being the polyamorous show. It's the first clip of the show, the first piece of content that I've seen of it, because it was a clip floating around from the first episode that was like the most what kind of moment. Like it has that kind of the he said what factor, and it's the threesome conversation where the two girls are just fucking, they're talking in the kitchen because they just got out of the bath, they're all wrapped up in their towels, and they're talking now like, are you gonna, and the redhead's like, are you gonna fuck the blue-haired girl, Naoya? And then he's like, no, well, actually, if I'm being honest, I was thinking that like all three of us could have sex at with each other. And at first, like the redhead's completely against it, like absolutely not. And then like as the conversation goes on and she realizes like, wait, the fact that you won't have sex with her, does that mean you also won't have sex with me? And now he's like, well, it wouldn't be fair to the blue-haired girl if I only did sexy things with you. And then like she, as the conversation goes on, she like is describing all of the blue-haired girl's physical features, and like almost is like talking herself into convincing like the idea of a threesome would be pretty hot and like would be like something she might be into.
It was definitely shocking. Well, maybe not shocking, but like it grabbed
like,
my attention.
Yeah, it's like it's the he said what factor. It's the,
yeah.
Because like even in fucking harem shows, like your typical generic ass harem show, like you might hate me for this, but like We Never Learn or Nisekoi or like stuff like that. Like the idea of like them all just getting together in one big relationship, or even like the idea of just like even something as like a threesome that doesn't even necessarily have to require a polyamorous relationship. That's not really brought up unless in like the really trashy like male fantasy isekai harem shows. But like this one is it's like they gotta say it in the first episode because they gotta grab your attention and they gotta hold it, even if it's like it's a kind of cheap way of doing it, because it's like more of the shock value of like, oh my god, they're talking about having a threesome, what? And not like the actual like the drama of the show itself. Not that this is a dramatic show. This is going to be 100% a comedy.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I have the feeling they'll probably add some sort of dramatic elements, and I can't see that going well, but it's probably going to be mostly a comedy.
I feel like any attempt to make the show like serious will be to its detriment.
I mean,
like if they're trying to like have this like hilariously comedic, straightforward character like Naoya try to be sincere, but like and not have it be coupled with a punchline, I feel like that's just gonna bring down the whole show.
See, I know it won't work because I have this written specifically in my notes that when Saki agrees to the relationship, there's like this sort of pretty flute song that comes into the background. And when I got to that moment, I just burst out laughing. Because it's like, that's the soundtrack they chose? What? Because it's supposed to be like this touching moment, at least according to the song they chose. But it does not feel like that at all.
The last thing that I want to say about Girlfriend before we move on is that the longevity. I've only seen the first episode. I am intrigued enough to keep watching it, but its longevity absolutely hinges on how quickly the main joke is going to wear out. Like if they don't keep the the joke of the thruple interesting, then it's gonna be going straight in the trash. And there is another show this season that has, like, I don't want to say it has the same problem, but like it has the same thing where it's like the show is probably going to end up being the same joke over and over. But unlike Girlfriend, I could dead ass watch that show like forever. But that one's gonna come later down the line.
I can't wait for that. For Girlfriend, I was actually surprised when you said you were intrigued enough to watch another episode, because at least for me personally, I found this quite difficult to sit through. I did not ever speed it up, which I did do for some of the later shows. You'll see about that. But I think the main thing is a lack of faith in it ever being good, because like I said, the characters, they're all very flawed, and in theory I kind of do enjoy that. It's like, oh, these super flawed characters, and later on down the line there's a few other characters who are, or at least one other that I can think of, that's primarily characterized by flaws, and I love that character. But I think the main thing that turns me off of this show is like, I just can't see it being good ever, because clearly it's not trying to be anything more than just the threesome show. Most of the interactions that aren't hinging entirely on it being a threesome and like this polygamous relationship, every reaction that isn't solely about that is boring as fuck. And I don't think they're going to try to do anything with the characters beyond have them say quirky, mostly unfunny dialogue that solely hinges on shock factor. I just really was not feeling it.
I agree. Like I will be honest, I do not see myself finishing the show. I do expect to like maybe drop it after maybe like the second or third episode, again depending on how fast the main joke wears out. If it takes itself serious, the second it starts to take itself seriously, I'm just gonna be like, I'm out. Like we had a good thing going and you blew it.
See, I know it's gonna happen, and it's like when that happens, it's just gonna, what little there was is going to completely fall apart.
Yeah, with all that being said, if at any point all three characters do have a threesome in the show, I will give it an instant fucking 10.
Same here.
If this show ends with him somehow impregnating both of them and they all fucking marry each other and have their own, they have their fucking 2 kids with the 2 moms and 1 dad, I'll give it a fucking 11, bro.
If that happens, then you know what? If that does happen, I will unironically give it a 10 out of 10, because that is bold.
I think we've said enough that needs to be said about Girlfriend. I'll let you introduce the next show. We got Remake Our Life.
Oh, this one. So, as far as I can tell, this was like one of the bigger shows of the season, at least when it started out. I think the score's been steadily dropping, but when I first watched it, the average score on Mal was 7.5, which is alright.
It's got a 7.8 right now.
Oh, damn, it's gotten higher. Okay, never mind. I think oh, yeah, it wasn't this that was dropping. That was, The Detective Is Already Dead that started off high and is slowly dropping. But yeah,
we'll talk about that one next.
Yeah.
But right now it's for Remake Our Life.
So the show starts with Kiyoya, our titular protagonist. He's going through life at this shitty job, and I think what happens is like, he's working at a project at their company and it gets canceled and he's on the streets. Then he finds coincidentally, he sees this, I forget her name, but a girl tries to, he thinks, jump off a bridge, but she's actually just standing there. And so, they go to a bar and eventually it gets to talk of their jobs and he eventually gets hired at a new place. And I forget exactly what they were working on because this was one of the early shows I watched, but I think it was like a video game or something like that, right?
It was a video game. Yeah, it was.
Alright.
It was. He got a job at I think it was called Succeed Soft, where it was like he was working on the big 30th anniversary company game project, and he managed to land a job there, and he was trying to work on the game with his heroes, which he called I think he called the Platinum Gen. That's composed of like, I think it was like an artist, a composer, and a like designer. And but tragedy strikes when the company ends up canceling the game, or at least like they say the game is frozen, and they say like this caused like a lot of people to get laid off and like budget cuts. So what essentially happened is that our character joined Platinum Games, got onto the team that was making Scalebound, and then Microsoft canceled Scalebound, and he got laid off.
Nice reference. And after that,
when I saw Platinum, that was like all I could think of.
Nice. And after that, he's pretty down about his life, and he's like, "Oh man, I wish I could just restart life back when I was
wish I could
choosing."
just remake our life.
Wow, classy. And the big turning point that he wants to go back to is like when he chose what college to go to, because he chose this one college because it was safer over the other, which was like more artist oriented. He decided to go with the safer option. He's like, I wish I could go back to that
And he still
day.
got fucked. And he still ended up with a fucking failed career. I thought they were going for like I went to the fancy art school, but all these talents didn't work out. I thought that was the reason, but no. When I found out he chose the economic college and his life still went to shit, I was like, God damn, what's the fucking point then?
If it was the other way around, it'd be quite a depressing show, but I think I might have liked that more, honestly. So he's like, I wish I can just restart my life at this point, remake our life, and then he actually does go back to that point. And then he goes to art school. At this point, it just kind of becomes sort of your normal slice of life. The him going back in time does come up occasionally, but it's mostly just bumming around at art school with a bunch of eccentric characters and talking about stuff. And yeah, I think we can get into some of the more specifics, but that's generally what the show was like. And I just want to point out, this had a 40-minute something like, I forget exactly how long. Nearly 50 minutes.
It's one of those double-length first episode kind of shows.
Yeah, they were really confident that this would do well, and apparently their confidence was correct.
I'm happy for the people who are like praising it. There's some are calling it like the show of the season, and like it's not a bad show, but I just found it kind of a little bit quaint, a little bit twee, and just a little bit boring.
It wasn't to the point where I felt compelled to once again speed it up, because even though it's like 48 minutes, I was still like, all right, I'll sit this out in normal speed, watch the entire thing. But I have to say, this is the most 6 out of 10 show I have seen in a while.
I also did not end up speeding up through the episode. I did I don't want to say I forced myself to watch all 48 minutes, but I wasn't exactly thrilled when I when I pulled up the episode. I thought it was just going to be 24 minutes, and then like around the 10-minute mark, just to see how far I got into it, I pulled the mouse down to the cursor, to the time bar, and I saw it was 48 minutes. I was like, oh god damn it.
Nice. But yeah, it's not outright boring for the most part. After a certain point, I started to be like, okay, when is this gonna end? I know I'm not gonna finish this show. It's really 6 out of 10, and I don't want to watch it anymore, but there's still like 20 minutes left.
I gave it the benefit of the doubt because I do like the that is one of my favorite tropes in fiction, the travel back in time to your younger self and then redo certain aspects of your life. And the whole time I was watching the show, I couldn't help but think of a show with a similar premise but with a different direction and style. I couldn't help but think of a little show called Erased, which is one of my all-time favorites and one of my favorite examples of this specific subgenre. And I couldn't help but compare the two, and I couldn't help but feel like, damn, this whole time, I'd rather be watching Erased.
See, I haven't seen Erased yet. This is, I think, it might be my very first show with like this trope, but I know it's somewhat common.
Yeah, it's like there's Erased, there's I think it's called Relife.
Orange? Or was that, no, not Citrus. Is it called Orange? I forget.
Orange, Citrus is the Yuri one.
But yeah, apparently
that's the Yuri incest show.
Yeah, it's seemingly somewhat common, but I have never seen a show of this style, or I guess trope, until Remake Our Life, and I have to say, the first 10 minutes feels completely like a completely different show almost than the latter 30 minutes. Because the first 10 minutes is like, ooh, going back in time, you're building up to it. The latter 30 minutes is, all right, I'm going to make the right decision this time, and then it's going to be a slice of life.
See, I feel like the problem where Remake Our Life fucks up is that, it's the only thing that he has to, essentially, remake in this case, so he has to go back and change, is, just fixing his own life by just not going to the economic college and just following his dreams at the art school. And there's no that's the only major change that he has to make, because now that he's taken this drastically different path in his life, every other decision he makes is going to be not one that he had to change from his past, but a whole new set of choices to make that he didn't have in the past in his original life. So it's it might as well just be he was reborn as someone else, whereas in a show like Erased, where the main character goes back to his childhood and has to make all of these different choices in order to prevent a string of murders, and it's not just one big choice, it's a series of several big choices that are all sequential and all will have an impact on what happens to these people. And that's way more interesting to watch. Whereas you can take out this doesn't have to be a go back in time 10 years show and really do your life. This show could start with him going to the art school. You could cut out the first 10 minutes and just have it be about him going to the art school, and nothing of value is changed. It's functionally the same show about a guy in an art school trying to follow his dreams in a career field that not a lot of people succeed in.
Yeah, those were my exact thoughts. And the only time, at least that I remember, that the actual going back in time sort of affects him going to art school is when he's sort of the pressure of not being able to live up to the platinum, I forget how many there were, the platinum gen, there we go. Yeah, the 3 platinum gen people, and he's afraid he won't live up to that. But it's that doesn't really add that much to the show. It just feels like the first 10 minutes could have never happened.
Yeah, when when the very last thing at the end of the first episode happened, where we find out that one of the girls that he's living with in the art college dorms is will become one of the 3 members of the Platinum Generation. Were you at all surprised, or like me, did you look at her name, realize that it's almost identical to the name of one of the Platinum Generation people, and then immediately pieced it together and pointed out like, oh, that's one of the Platinum Gen people?
See, well, like I said earlier, I'm really bad with names, so I did not remember her name long enough to put that together.
I only remembered her name more because they made a point to be like, oh, my name isn't Shinoaki, it's Shino, like, it's 2 separate words. Even though it sounds like one, it could be said like one word, it's Shino-aki, and then all of her friends are like, oh, but I like Shino-aki, it kind of rolls off the tongue more, so we're gonna call you Shino-aki now.
Oh yeah, that scene was kind of cute. Probably one of the better ones in
then-
this episode.
Yeah, like, I did, one of the scenes that I liked the most, there were 2 scenes that stood out to me the most. One is where the teacher comes into the class and she goes through some statistics like, hey, how many of you want to like go into these fields and when you graduate? And like, all right, now time for a reality check. How many of you people from the last year's class you think got into jobs after they graduated? And then it's like, oh yeah, of like the 100+ students, only 8 of them got into jobs. And,
Yeah,
but then
that scene was good.
And then she follows that up with, some people would say like that it's I think it was something along the lines of, it's stupid to follow this kind of career path because of how little success people actually find in it, or like how little financial stability it provides. But like, if you're going to chase something stupid, you might as well be stupid doing it. So like, be stupid, like, if like, be stupid doing something stupid, and which essentially like, be passionate about something you're passionate about. And I thought that was a nice bit of writing. And then my other favorite scene is where they're in that class learning about the 10 screenplay writing theory bits, and the girl that will become one of the heads at the company that Kyoya used to work at passes the question on to the other guy character who was sleeping, and you think it's gonna be like I was sleeping, I don't know the answer to this question, but no, as soon as he wakes up, he's like, oh yeah, the answer is da 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 da, and he gets it right exactly, and it's like, and even the teacher's like, god damn, kiddo. And I didn't like that because it was necessarily clever writing. I just like, it was just like a Chad move.
Yeah. That's probably like my favorite piece of characterization in the show so far, although I'm not going to watch more of it. I think my biggest problem with this show as I went on, and what I kept on asking myself is, why should I care about the moment to moment? Why am I watching this go on moment to moment? Because there's not really a whole lot to hold your attention, you know? I don't think I laughed even once during the show. Maybe there's a joke I'm forgetting. You know, there's not much drama past the first 10 minutes. So theoretically, it's relying on the characters and like their sort of witty interactions, if not outright funny. But to me, it's like all the characters are super mid, super basic and uninteresting. The dialogue is nothing special. It's like, why am I watching this?
One joke that I was surprised that they didn't like, it feels like that they were trying to build up to it, but they just straight up did not put in the cliche punchline, is where the dude wakes up at the dorm and sees that the Platinum Gen girl is sleeping next to him with her clothes like slipping off, and when she wakes up, she reaches for the yogurt drink that he was drinking the night before, and she's like, there's nothing like yogurt first thing in the morning, and she drinks it so much that like it spills onto her chest. And then I forget what stupid retarded reason causes her to fall over onto the dude, but she does, and then the other two roommates come upstairs like, hey, what was that noise? And then we see the shot of her like lying almost face first on top of over his crotch, and they're both looking at him like he's hella suspect. And he's like, oh no, it's not what it looks like. And then I was expecting the part where like she would lift her head up, look at them, and then they would see the white goopy stuff on her chest after lifting her head from his crotch and be like, oh, it's a fucking ecchi hentai. And that part just doesn't happen. And then they just like just cut to the part where they like are downstairs and they're talking and introducing themselves to each other.
See, that entire
can't
scene
tell-
is like a step above anime trash. Just one step.
And it's like I can't tell if that's better or not, because like I'm glad they didn't like I don't know whether I should be glad that they didn't finish the cliche, or I should be like, or I'm bothered that like you spent all this time building it up only for no punchline, like you pussied out at the last second.
Nah, I get that. I think it's a step above just because it went slightly farther. She spilled yogurt on her chest, and most of the time it's just, oh wow, your clothes were off. Insert misunderstanding here that makes you want to bash your head into a table.
It's like, oh, what the fuck were you having her blow you, and then you blew your load all over her fucking tits, bro? And he's like, no, that's not what happened.
If that was
And
the
he gets the
actual
shit kicked out of him
dialogue, it'd be
regardless.
good.
Oh yeah, that's all I care to say about Remake Our Life. It's I'm like, it's got nearly an 8. Apparently there are more interesting developments in later episodes, and they're probably right, but I just cannot be fucked to watch any more that I already have.
I have, I think, a few more things to say. First of all, of the characters, Nanako, her name is. She's like this blonde girl who's very aggressive, and that's like her one main character trait. And I ended up hating her. Not because she's necessarily aggressive, but there was one thing she did that, because it was like pretty much the only thing I had to go off of, I was like, okay, she's the girl who did this, I hate her now. And it's when she like throws a pillow at the main character, acting all offended because she thinks he had sex with someone. It's like, who cares? Why do you care so much? I'm annoyed at you now. I hate you. You're the worst character.
Yeah, it's like she is the dime a dozen aggressive girl character. Like I remember she like hit the other, like the sleepy guy because he made fun of her name or something like that, and I was just like, oh, is that your character? Is that your defining character trait? I think it's like the fucking the SpongeBob meme where like the dude's ordering the usual meal at the counter and Squidward's just like writing it down, and he's like, daring today, aren't we? It's like that's why I feel like looking at this character. I'm like, oh, the aggressive friend character who like hangs out in the house and beats up the dudes because they get under his skin. Like fucking, like, how original.
The other thing I want to say is that Kyoya is a bit of a generic. I hesitate to say like completely generic, and the reason why is because, even though he is just mostly like this chipper, a happy main character who doesn't really have much of a defined personality. In terms of the main 4 group dynamic that they're clearly setting up, although they haven't fleshed out in a fucking 50-minute episode, he still does have a place in the group, in a sense. He carries the conversation in a direction, and it's almost like he's his own character that isn't completely generic, but at the same time, it's like the group dynamic isn't really fleshed out at all, and it's still the same trope. It's just slightly less bad this time around. So I hesitate to call him even passable. He's bad. I'm just gonna say he's a bad main character.
I was not rooting for him. I liked him more when he was a depressed 28-year-old, and not when he was a chip on his shoulder 18-year-old wide-eyed college student.
I
Because
thought
at
that
least when he was
exact
20
same thing.
At least when he was when he was 28, at least he had to fucking like he struggled, and like there was interesting conflict with like, oh man, I feel this poor fucker who didn't have anything in his life finally got his fucking dream job, and he like is exceeding expectations, and people are relying on him, and things are finally going well for him. But oh no, oh yeah, I forgot that this part was like so unfortunately relevant to like the gaming industry today. They specifically say that the big anniversary project has to get frozen because the company and the higher ups focus more on like the social mobile game
Oh
that they
yeah.
apparently that they work on, and I was like, damn. That's
That hit hard.
It's like what company does that remind me most of? Like, I
All
mean,
of
you
them.
could just you could kind of say that like, oh, you know, like fucking Pokemon Go, like fucking the mainline entry stuff. Like, not that this is fucking Niantic's fault because they're not in charge of mainline Pokemon, but like fucking mainline Pokemon looks ugly as shit. On like the Sword and Shield look ugly as shit. They have no animation. They sells the most anyway. And then fucking Pokemon Go, they put in comparatively relatively more effort, and they just make millions and billions of dollars in like a weekend events. And it's like, well, damn, what's the like? As happy as I am for the people involved who are like, I hope they are getting the money that they deserve for like making like the good parts of it. It's like, it's almost like, man, what's even the fucking point of trying sometimes when you can just shit out something in a mobile game or a mobile event and then just like turn a fucking several $1 million into the course of like a day.
Yeah, that's probably one of the more interesting conflicts of the show. You know, now that we've said all this, I feel like the first 10 minutes are like the most interesting part. I feel like beyond that point, there's
you
no
are right
point.
to think that way.
There's no point watching beyond that.
And while I'm in this pissy mood that I've put myself in now, allow me to take the reins on this next show. I demand a fucking explanation from the entire anime community. I fucking fist on the table, slam it up and the entire table. I demand to know why fucking The Detective Is Already Dead is the most popular new standalone show of the season. I don't fucking get it. It's bad.
It's okay. It's not
It is
awful.
bad.
It is okay.
It
I
started off.
hesitate to call it
It started
bad.
off bland and mediocre, and then it fucking insulted my intelligence, and I was like, "Fuck this show."
Oh, this is going to be an interesting conversation. I thought the first
So-
episode of The Detective Is Already Dead was watchable. Not great, not, I hesitate to even say good, but watchable. More so than, I already forgot the Remake Our Life.
I disagree wholeheartedly. Like Remake Our Life, The Detective's Already Dead starts with a fucking double-length first episode, and when I saw that Remake Our Life was double-length, I was like, I groaned and rolled my eyes a bit. When I got into the first fucking 5 minutes of Detective Is Already Dead, and then saw that was double-length, I was like, oh no, this show, I'm not even making it. I don't know if I'm gonna make it past the first 10 minutes. And lo and behold, I did not. Yeah, full disclosure, after the first 10 minutes, after the fight scene on the plane, I just stopped the whole hog, and I was like, I've negative interest of watching any more of this. So Detective's Already Dead is about John every anime, finds himself on a plane. His quirky trait is that he can't help but find himself at the center of bad situations, specifically like things regarding murder cases. Like he has become like, I think they play it as a joke at one point that he gets fucking kidnapped and almost like fucking forced into being like an officer or like some kind of agent for this organization that's trying to like crack down on crime. I don't know if it was the police or anything like that, but it was, I know he gets fucking bound and gagged and almost like forced onto this plane in order to go solve a case or something. And he meets this white-haired girl on the plane, and they find out together because they are being called up by the plane flight attendant being like, oh, is there a detective on the plane? And then we find out that the pilot is being held hostage by apparently the Riddler, who calls them in and is like, okay, I won't kill us all. I won't have the pilot fucking crash this plane into the ground and fucking kill us all if you can answer this question. Why am I doing this? Why have I hijacked this plane? And then what fucking, the thing that, like, already this was pissing me off because, like, what the fuck, first of all, like, what kind of vapid, stupid situation are you putting me in by watching this? Like, there are no stakes to, like, there's no central point to like latch onto in this conversation. It's just this vague question of like, it's supposed to be a detective show, but like you're asking this fucking vague ass question of, oh, why am I doing this, when that's not a thing you can detect. You cannot deduce that by like just walking into the room. But then the fucking white-haired girl just fucking says that she had figured this out before the case even started. And it's like, oh, you're doing this literally just because. And he's like, fuck, man, you right? And that's, like, at that moment, I was already so fucking pissed. I was like, no, I'm like, fuck this show. But then, fucking left turn of the century, the dude fucking grows a tentacle out of his head and lashes out at the white-haired girl. And is like, I am a fucking pseudo-human. And then John Every Anime is meanwhile in the background going like, what the fuck is going on? And like the white-haired girl's like, oh, don't you know? This is a pseudo-human who's working for the secret organization Spez. Oh, you don't know what Spez is? What are you, a fucking retard? Let me explain to you what this secret organization Spez is. They've been working on fucking pseudo-human experiments for the longest time, and I've been hired to fucking take them down. And she dumps.
Wasn't that like all while this guy is just standing there waiting for her to
Yes!
finish her speech?
Yes! And she's fucking like
hilarious.
dumping all of this exposition in this horrible, horrible fucking scene, and I'm yelling at the screen. Fucking like, shut the fuck up. Why are you dumping all of this? You act like I should know this. You were acting like this is not all like information that you should be giving out, like, or at least we should be like figuring out on our own. You were just like, you're giving the game away before the game even starts. And then they have this big stupid fight scene where I see people online being like, oh man, this fight scene's surprisingly well animated. And yeah, the animation on it is pretty good, but the compositing is fucking shit because the background's all CG and the characters don't look like they belong in the fucking world because like they're fucking moving around the plane cabin and all the seats are fucking empty and 3D and ugly. And like the background's moving at like a lower resolution than the fucking characters, and it all looks like shit. It looks like shit.
Seeing pissed
and
off,
I don't
Manta
understand why people
is
like
really
it.
entertaining. So I agree with literally everything you said. However, I am going to say a few things in this show's defense that made me, at the very least, want to continue past 10 minutes. All right. Because there is also one, I'm not sure if you saw up to this point, but there's one really dumb scene that makes me want to just claw my hair out. Actually, wait, no, you did see that because that's before the action scene. So you know what? I'll rag on it first before defending it. He throws her the box without knowing what is actually in the box.
Oh yeah, there was a fucking gun on the plane, which I'm like, okay, I don't know, maybe the laws in Japan are different, but like every time I go to a fucking airport in America, it's like you explicitly cannot bring any weapons onto a commercial flight, which they were clearly on.
All right, hold
So
up,
like
because
either
hold on.
maybe I'm the retard here. Maybe I'm
you
the
are.
retard here.
You
and
are. They
they're-
explain it later. They explain it later in the episode. So that plot hole is covered, but the intuition thing is never covered, and it's really dumb.
Yeah, like how does he like? I remember there's a flashback because he in a scene that like we don't see until the flashback happens. Is that like he apparently saw the case being put in going through airport security, and he was like, damn, that case is like weirdly being treated with like care and significance unlike all the other luggage. I wonder if it's like important at all. And he just goes off that hunch and he rushes to it, and then he throws her the case, and there's a fucking magic blood rifle in it, and it's just like cannot care anymore.
All right, so now that we've got the really stupid stuff out of the way, I'm gonna get into what I do respect the show for somewhat, and what I think the show does improve on over time, and also what's, really not that great. So, first of all, the whole detective aspect, I personally, at the very least for the plane hijacking, I did not care. I was like, okay, the actual dialogue between the two main characters is kinda dumb and bland, and I don't really care. And
Cause the white-haired girl fucking knows everything. She was incapable of being challenged. She had that entire situation under control from the fucking get-go. She was fucking Sherlocking that shit like before it even started. Like, wow, nice way to endear me to your main character by having them be this unstoppable, like, knows everything, incapable of being challenged, the god.
so the part of the show that kept me watching basically past that first scene was that the guy, after he, the girl is like, oh, this one thing gave it away, and now I know all of this about you. And my exact thoughts during that scene were, how the fuck did she figure all of that out? That does not make sense. Plot hole alert. But then right before I hit the plot hole alert button, the guy goes, well, how did you know that? Was it really just that one thing I did? And I was like, oh, hell yeah, they're actually acknowledging it directly. And she's like, yeah, I figured out the case beforehand, which admittedly isn't particularly clever writing, but I was really glad that they actually, sort of impressed really because I didn't expect it, that the show read my thoughts and knew exactly what I was thinking and was like, here, I'm going to explain exactly that the second you think it. And that at least got me through the first scene. Have you said basically everything you want to say about like the parts you did watch?
Yeah, as soon as the whole fight scene as soon as she like fired the rifle and like put an end to the dude on the plane, I was like, I would rather kill myself than watch any more of this.
Understandable.
I just shut it off.
So, I'm gonna
Does it get stupider?
No, it actually gets less stupid, surprisingly. So, I'll probably start off with like a brief summary. So the reason why there's a blood rifle or whatever, and the reason why the gun was allowed on the plane is because the one girl with the white hair, I forgot her name, Siesta. She was planning ahead. She put the gun there and had him intentionally carry it, and I don't think it's all that clever.
So you're telling me that it was her? Even then, it was her plan the whole time.
Yeah, they really pulled that twice, and the big flaw with this scene, I think, is that it doesn't make her look smart. What makes a character look smart is when they deduce something on the spot. Not out of just, oh, I planned ahead. I knew your plan before it even happened. There was no way I was losing this the entire time. It's like, you want to see them think on the spot and sort of, come up with the answer right then and there, like, poof, put the pieces together in a sort of unexpected way. And this first, I think it lasts like 10 minutes, maybe 12. That first scene does nothing to make her look smart. And in that sense, it is a supremely boring scene. And yes, the action is poorly composited, and the CG background was super distracting. But I did manage to go through it. Oh, and also, one last thing. You didn't like how the character was like, oh, I'm just doing this because I'm bored. I actually thought that was kind of interesting. And I'm actually mad that they went back on it and he's actually working for some organization. I think they went for like the repeat plot twist sort of thing where it's like, oh, it's this, but then it's this, and she knew the entire time, and then spur of the moment, but that was actually also her plan. I think they were trying to just bombard you with plot twists to make it look smart. It's not really, but I wish it was like that, just that original thing where it was like, I'm crashing this plane because I'm fucking bored. That's like, okay, that actually has, a clear goal of the character where it was like, okay, I can kind of attach myself to this scenario because it's something clear cut and like, no, I guess somewhat interesting, even if it isn't like super over the top, okay, I'm invested. It's like, okay, well, it isn't just this barrage of plot twists that I don't really care about. So after that, the girl goes to the one main character's house, and she's like, I want you to become my sidekick. And this is when I started to sort of enjoy my time with the show. And it's during the dialogue between Shiesta and, what the fuck was his name? Kimihiko. And they... Alright, so this is gonna sound weird as fuck because you haven't seen more of the show, and probably to people who have even seen past where I have, it's probably gonna sound weird as fuck to them too. The show reminds me a lot of Monogatari. Just in the way that...
I was thinking the exact same thing, but I thought, like, when I saw the whole bullshit conversation in the plane cockpit about trying to deduce vague reasonings and like figuring shit out before it even happened, I just thought to myself, this is Monogatari but stupider and more pretentious.
I have in my notes,
and it doesn't even have the courtesy to be visually interesting.
Random question, just because I'm interested. I'm not going to really like press you on it. Are you a Monogatari fan?
Short story about me trying to get into Monogatari. One day, one of my friends who likes anime, he's a big Monogatari fan, and he just invited us. He asked if we all wanted to watch. He's like describing what makes Monogatari cool to myself and another anime friend of ours, and we're like interested, and he's like, hey, you want to go hang out at this guy's place and watch Monogatari? I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? And we go, and I'm excited because like Monogatari is one of those big name anime franchises that I haven't seen yet, and I've wanted to form an opinion on. And so we started with Bake Monogatari, as you do, and I was into it at first, but like the longer it went on, the more I kind of hated it. The more that I hated it, the more that I hated it, because there is effort and passion and care put into Monogatari, like infinitely more so than fucking this piece of shit Detective is Dead, because like it is one of those visually distinct anime in terms of directing and like visual flair. I've never seen an anime where those just straight up have like the shots described in like the notes that you would see on the production, like just inserted into the show itself, and like it adds to like the aesthetic of Monogatari. And shit, like having it take place in some shots take place like there's a playground set in like it's so white that it's like might as well be a void, and like the playground's the only thing that's there, and like that's cool. It's just that the characters just don't stop talking, and like that's fine, for some shows, because as long as what they're talking about is interesting, but they just have almost nothing interesting to say. They just talk about like what the fuck ever, and it's sometimes not even relevant to like what's going on in like the plot of the episode. And like some people like that, it's like they call it naturalistic, but like when I watched it, I was just bored and like wanted them desperately to talk about something else. And the other friend who had not seen Monogatari yet, dead ass fell asleep during like the third episode. It was like
Alright.
2 PM, and he fell asleep on the couch. And like we looked over and said, like, yeah, I think that's like, I think we're not interested anymore. Sorry, man.
I don't know who the fuck is calling Monogatari's dialogue naturalistic, because it is the opposite. But yeah.
Well, it's like it's like naturalistic in the sense of like, it happens in real life that sometimes you like just talk about like what the fuck ever, like just but for like sometimes you have a conversation about one thing and like you'll trail off into a tangent about another, sort of like this, but like more in like a casual laid back conversation.
All right, yeah, I guess I get that. For the record, Bakemonogatari is a 9 out of 10. Fight me. But anyway, back to the topic at hand. The main character I have in my notes, Kimihiko, and then in parentheses to know who he was, I just put Araragi. Shiesta, I just put Hanakawa, because they really do remind me of those two characters, like a lot. And granted, Shiesta has a bit of a different personality from Hanakawa, but her design looks exactly like Hanakawa in some of the later seasons because she cuts her hair. So after
the difference being though, at least between the main guy from this show and Araragi rather, is that Araragi is not a John every anime, whereas this guy is as John fucking every anime as it gets.
Wrong. Right for the first 10 minutes, but wrong
okay,
when they finally talk.
Describe. Wait, hang on. Describe his design to me.
Okay, well I can't do that much.
Yeah, okay, there you go, because it's the default. It's literally the default John every anime design.
I was speaking in terms of like personality, but yeah, in terms of design, he sucks.
That too.
In terms of design, he sucks. I will give you that much. In terms of personality, he starts off shit and gets mid/bad. He has the wit of Araragi, which makes some of the dialogue actually somewhat entertaining. He's just missing everything else that makes Araragi and, a good character. But that wit was enough to make me mostly entertained throughout the dialogue sections, and there are quite a few of them later on. So the girl goes to his house and tries to convince him to become a sidekick. And, somewhere along the line through the sort of tangents and their conversations, he brings up this mystery at his school. This is the second case that Shiesta cracks. And I'm not going to go much into the details because it's better than the first scene, but it's not super clever. But basically, she solves the case, and the show reveals it's basically the only good part, which is the dialogue. It is, I'd say, above average dialogue. Below average characters, but above average dialogue. And after that, she cracks the case. She basically convinces him to become her sidekick, and then the title of the show comes in. The detective dies right at the end of the first episode. The detective is already dead. Yeah, Shiesta.
Good. Now I'm sad that I didn't keep watching because I would have popped the fuck off.
I do have a line quoted here that I really liked. So the mystery had to do with this girl named Hanako-san. It's based off of like this Japanese legend about a girl in a toilet, and the main character says to Shiesta, basically Shiesta refers to Hanako-san as Hanako, and the main character retorts back, add san to her name. Don't act like you're pals with Hanako-san. And I liked that line. I laughed at it. And then one
I
last
did
thing.
not watch that far, so that was lost on me.
Yeah. But I enjoyed the line. It is definitely above average dialogue, and I do intend on continuing it. I don't think it'll be very good. I think I'm gonna drop it. But I do like the dialogue enough to be like, okay, I want to see where this goes. But one last thing I want to say is this show feels like it was made for critics, which is kind of funny because you hate it, but
Was it?
it's like, and here's why I say
Okay.
that, because they all right. So in the first scene, I already brought this up, but there's like the one guy asks like, how did you figure all that about me? And I was like, plot hole, but then it immediately goes back. But that is a trend for the entire episode, where it'll do something that looks like it's going to be like a massive flaw in the show, and the show will just acknowledge it. Well or not, kind of inconsistent. So like, I think you got to this point where it's like the blood rifle, the main character says, what the hell kind of contrivance is that? It's like it knows what I'm thinking. And then I'm trying to because I know there was yes. Okay, this one is awful, but it once again works into the thing where I think it's made for critics, where Shiesta later on in the episode tells the main character, you do have a face that's completely forgettable after not seeing it for a couple of days.
I like, if they're trying to make fun of his generic design, that doesn't make his design any less generic.
Yeah. That's one of the ones where I think it was done very poorly. It wasn't like a reading my mind moment where it's like, oh, it knows what I'm thinking. It was a reading in my mind moment where it was like, why didn't you try harder on the design then?
It's like, see, you're saying that that this is a show for critics, and that got me thinking, like, I don't think it's for, like, if we're talking about, like, the standard, like, the Mother's Basement, the Glass Reflection, like, the normie tier critics of the, I put that in quotation marks, too, critics of the anime community. I can imagine them slobbering all over this show, because it is, what, I can literally only one word comes to mind when I think of this show, and it's pretentious. Because I think of other similar shows, like, I don't know what your opinion on this, maybe I'm gonna fucking burn a bridge right now, but I would lump this show, not quite as insulting, but like, I would say it's up there with shows like Bunny Girl Senpai, and I don't want to dishonor Monogatari by slotting it in the same tier as this garbage, but
oh, then the podcast would really be over. I haven't seen Bunny Girl Senpai.
I got shit from my friends for shitting on Bunny Girl Senpai because I looked at it and I said, I'd watched it before I watched Monogatari, and even then I looked at it, I was like, this is just diet Monogatari. It's Monogatari, but without the visual flair. And so, like, it's just being pretentious, but it doesn't even have, like, a cool style, a cool aesthetic to like, at least make the pretentiousness seem, like, classy. Because, like, it's like a douchebag drinking a fancy wine that he spent, like, millions of dollars on that tastes no different from, like, the same wine you can get at the fucking grocery store. But like, Bunny Girl Senpai is like buying the cheap wine at the grocery store and then like talking down to your friends who like drink fucking like beer, like regular alcohol. It's like treating that grocery store level wine as if it were like on the level of the expensive fancy wine, because like, and like, it's like that's the best way I can describe it, because like, there's no reason to watch Bunny Girl Senpai when Monogatari is the same, essentially the same show about like metaphysical commentary on fucking, like, it's about supernatural things happening to fucking teenagers that has something to do with their emotional states, but one has a really interesting style that lets you carry through the pretentious dialogue, and the other one does not, but it still comes off as pretentious anyway.
See,
Which makes it all worse, 'cause it's
Monogatari.
like, well, now you're not even trying.
See, Monogatari is pretentious, but it is the one show I am okay with being pretentious because it deserves it.
Yeah, like exactly, it deserves it, and like the dialogue is not like is so offensive. Well, I don't know. Again, I don't want to come on to Monogatari too hard when I just went fucking off on the shitty detective show, but like I can like see myself because like Monogatari also has different fucking identities too. Like even though I did not end up caring for Bakemonogatari, there's still a part of me that wants to go watch fucking the Kizu Monogatari movies just for those fucking sick ass fight scenes that I see on clips of online and are like the coolest fucking things ever.
Oh, Kizu Monogatari is amazing.
Whereas I look at shit like Bunny Girl Senpai, which not to beat a dead horse, but like it's Monogatari but without the flair. But just as pretentious, so like what's the point? Like it's like you're not even trying, and so I hate you even more.
You know, I definitely say like the detective is already dead is mildly pretentious. I'd say it isn't quite as pretentious as Monogatari, but I think it can't really get away with it, and I think that's why it feels more pretentious than Monogatari, because it's infinitely less clever, I think. And this is coming from someone who thought the first episode was good enough to finish and also continue because the dialogue is alright. I'd say it's above average. And even I say it's not that smart. It really isn't. It tries to hide the fact that it's not smart with being like, oh, hey, critics, I know what you're thinking. And also putting a million twists by just slapping you in the face pretty much with plot twists as fast as possible, just so that you can't really pay attention to too many, to like any one for more than like a few seconds, because it hits you in the face with another one trying to be clever by just having a lot of them, but incidentally coming off as just messy and stupid.
Thinking about like that image of the white-haired girl standing in the doorway being like, oh, a good detective solves a case before it even occurs. It's like, you can't fucking know about the case and solve for it if you don't know what the fucking problem is, you stupid bitch. And like it just pisses me off. Like that's the moment where my intelligence is insulted. And then they fucking did it twice. First when she like first try without even thinking about it, immediately deduces why the dude is hijacking the plane, and then as he's leaving he's like, oh, you're a liar actually, because not only are you just doing it just cuz, but you were lying about that, and the real reason is that you're fucking you had a plan, like you were afraid to die. And it's
Yeah.
like, and then like it then devolves into that fucking pseudo-human tentacle shit. I was like, no. Like, do not even attempt to save this sunken ship.
I'll be honest, I will say, it is basically Diet Monogatari. Just like you said with Bunny Girl Senpai, it is very much in the realm of the dialogue is above average, but still not good enough to even touch Monogatari's dialogue. The character designs are infinitely worse, the characters' personalities are infinitely worse, the visuals are infinitely worse. Just watch Monogatari at that point. I'm still gonna give this another chance, but Monogatari for the win.
Yeah, basically the moral of this segment is that if you like The Detective's Already Dead, fuck you, kill yourself.
If you like
Why is it the most popular standalone show? Is it because it's the pretentious show? Is it because that it makes people feel smart because they pretend like they get it, but it's just stupid, but they think that because they understand the stupid smart show that they feel smart?
I think the true moral of the story, because I'm going to show this show endlessly, just watch Monogatari if you like this show. Please.
Like fucking, there are like 5 different shows on this season alone that they're like way more deserving. There are shows that you could even argue to me are like technically like worse, at least like production wise, and that I would agree with you, and I would still say I would 1,000 times would rather watch because at least my intelligence is not insulted.
All right, I guess that's a wrap
So-
for. Wait, I forgot the name of the show. Whoops.
The detective's already dead.
Yeah.
I'll let you take the next show since I fucking went off on the last one, and you've already told me how you feel about this one, but I'll let you expand on your thoughts on Remain.
Remain. All right. So I think that Remain is pretty great for a first episode. And I just want to give a bit of context first of all, as to like what sort of mindset I was going into while watching this show. Because excluding Dragon Maid, Remain was the first genuinely like good first episode that I watched. You know, before that there was like Girlfriend, Aquatope of White Sands, you know, 2 episodes of Realist Hero because I was just that desperately bored and hoping that it maybe got better. It didn't. But aside, you know, brushing over those for now, Remain, the first thing that stood out to me about it was, well, okay, first of all, it's about, what's the sport called? Like water polo? Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah, water polo. It's about water polo, and the main character got into some sort of, a car crash, and that fucked with his memory, and he lost, I forget how much, like how many years it was, but he lost basically
it was
all memory of doing
It was a
water polo.
200-day coma, and yeah, I think it was like the memory of his last 3 years of his life.
Yeah, which is already, you know, a pretty interesting, at least for me, a pretty relatively interesting hook for a show. And it's like, okay, how is this going to transition into water polo? Will this continue to be something that haunts him? No. But the main thing that sold me on this show very quickly is that, aside from Dragon Maid once again, the last few shows I had watched of the season, you know, just starting out, had really ugly visuals. And so when I clicked this show, and for the first minute, I just saw nothing but, you know, crisp enough animation, good character design. I paused the show and I'm like, finally, a show that doesn't look like garbage. Maybe this will be good. And it ended up being pretty good. It's mainly about, I'd say the first half is about the main character sort of, you know, it's expositing what happens to him, and it's a bit about him recovering from it. And then he goes to this new high school and, you know, trying to start a new life, basically. Because the old one, you know, he barely remembers any of it. However, this one guy from his old school promised to go to whatever school he went to for high school. And he was on his old water polo team. So he's at this new school with him, and he's like, the main character's just like, get the fuck away from me. I don't want to do water polo. Get that in your head, man. And the one guy's like, no, you gotta play water polo. You were the best in your team. You carried us. You were one of the greatest. You're an inspiration to me, a Minato. Just play water polo. And he's like, no, and runs away from him. And the latter few minutes of the episode is basically him trying to get out of the water polo club repeatedly. You know, at first it's just the one guy, but then, you know, there's this other guy, and he goes to the classroom, and he's like, all right, raise your hand if you want to do water polo. Oh, hey, Minato, I recognize you from a water polo magazine, you know, maybe you want to join the club. And one shot I liked from that was, you know, it's kind of cliche, but at the same time, I don't mind. He walks out the classroom, but then the entire time he's walking by the windows, he's just staring at Minato like, I don't know, I thought it was a pretty funny visual gag.
Watching Remain was it got the noggin jogging. It made me think about something that like I had been noticing throughout like seasonal anime for years now, and like never really. I've always had like the vague collection of thoughts and ideas about it floating in my head, and very rarely have they been put together in one coherent thought. But it was this show that inspired me to finally like put the pen to paper and like write down exactly the kind of the thoughts and effects that shows like these make me feel. And it has allowed me to coin dubbing it now the misreddit or multi-seasonal release effort decay theory. Wherein
I have no
if a
idea what the
studio-
last one meant.
multi-seasonal release effort decay theory, or misreddit as a acronym, wherein if a studio releases multiple shows in one season, the shows will contain drastically vast gaps of quality and or have drastically different levels of popularity. Remake is a Mappa show, and not just a Mappa show, it's a Mappa original. And
Wait,
which
it
is
is?
very surprising. I'm sorry, were you about to say something?
No, I was just saying, like, wait, it is? Hold on, I am looking this up because I did not know
Yeah,
that.
it's by Mappa. It's I think it's like one of the only original shows this season. It's like one of the 2, I think, original shows.
The other is
um,
Sunny Boy, right?
Okay, maybe there's a third one then. Cause yeah, there's Sunny Boy, there's this. I think fucking D-Side might be an original.
I think that's based off of a mobile
Uh,
game.
Okay, alright then. Okay, maybe yeah, it's just Sunny Boy and Remake. And Remake, like watching Remake, I was like, you know, this ain't that bad. This is all right. This is passable. This is acceptable. Like the animation, it's like the bare minimum. The artwork is like the bare minimum. It's not bad, but it's like it feels like for like a studio that is like as prominent and trying to put itself out there in like the main spotlight as Mappa is. It makes me wonder, like, why is this show that Mappa is making, even like out of like their own creative ideals and expressions, because this is an original show, why do I feel like it's not living up to its own potential? And then I have the animation cuts and clips of Idaten flash through my brain. I'm like, oh, that's why, because all of the effort this season from Mappa went into Idaten. And when a studio I can't like prove it without like doing extensive research into the production cycles of like every show of every time a studio releases multiple shows in the same season. But in my experience of keeping up with seasonal anime for like 5 years, more often than not, like it's a very common occurrence where the more shows that a studio releases in the same season, the more like noticeable or drastic their levels of the gap, the length of the gap is in terms of quality or popularity. Like just right now, like at least compare. I think you'll agree with me when I say like Remake does not come anywhere close to the level of beauty that is Idaten's visuals.
Nowhere. It is not a competition. I will give
And
you
yet,
that much.
Yeah, and then popularity wise, like whether it's due to the variables of like Idaten, it turns out to be like a much edgier show than like the visuals may lead you to believe. I'm looking at the popularity charts, and it looks like Idaten is only like barely doing better than Remake, and there's not like that big a gap in popularity. But like at least when it terms to like when I look at a show and when I look at these two shows side by side, which is fair to do because they're coming from the same studio in the same season. When I look at them side by side, I look at Idaten and I look back at Remake, and I look back at Idaten and I see all of this effort poured into the visual craft, how distinct it looks, how it's like the most visually distinct show of the season. And then I look at Remake, and I could, if I'm like half asleep, I could like be like half paying attention and I could confuse it for fucking I'm looking through the seasonal chart right now. Like maybe I could on an off day I could confuse it for like Aquatope, or I can confuse it for like well it's like it's Idaten looks like nothing that I've seen before. Like I cannot think of other anime that look like Idaten. I can think of a bunch of anime that look like Remake.
Yeah, I understand that point a lot, and I agree with you completely on it. However, the main thing that really sold me on Remain was the main character. And to be fair, he isn't the deepest or like most intricate, but he has this sort of like, I guess, sort of affable personality. The first time I really noticed it, he's like enthusiastic and like chipper, but not in the generic way. And the first time I realized it is like how, just like, oh yeah, I lost my memories. Cool. He just doesn't care. He's just like, yep, that happens. Okay, time to move on with my life. I really
did like
that.
I did like that aspect of his character where his first goal upon waking up from his coma and losing the last 3 years of his life in his memories is to be like, whoa, like he's adjusting to what is to him is his new high schooler body. When he used to, the last thing he remembers now is having a middle school body, and now having to come to terms with like, oh yeah, I should like now I have to go back to school, and now I have to like learn all of this. I gotta study hard so I can get into this school with like to catch up on all the 3 years of learning that I missed, and that part was interesting to watch as like a thing that I can't like. While I can think of shows that look like Remain, I can't think of shows that like have this premise of a dude who just woke up from a coma and lost some of the years of his life, so he's like basically has to like play catch up now. And like on that aspect, Remain is like distinct in my head. But then when it becomes, as it like slowly falls into the pit of being a water polo sports anime, and well, mainly as it becomes a sports anime, I slowly lose interest because I have this runs deeper than just the show itself and the multi-seasonal release effort to K theory that I coined. I have a problem with sports anime because like if your sports anime is not like immediately intriguing or like immediately impressive, I'm going to like drop it because there's fucking Kuroko's Basket, there's Slam Dunk, there's all these there's Haikyuu, there's these top tier sports anime that I have not seen yet, that I like, why I'd feel like I'd be wasting my time watching this what I like, can already recognize is a lesser quality sports anime when I could go be watching this, which is why the last sports anime that I remember watching and liking is Hanebado, which was impressive immediately because the animation was really good and the premise and the story starts off intriguing, and then it naturally evolves into something greater and like something that I not only don't see in sports anime often, it's something I don't see in like storytelling often.
Yeah, I also get that too. But it's like, I don't know, I got really attached to the main character, and sure, the visuals has like good visuals. It's like basically on par with what you'd want out of a modern anime. And the previous few shows I watched were like they looked like complete garbage. We'll get to those. So
was one of them did one of them happen to be like how the realist hero rebuilt the kingdom?
Yes.
Yeah, see, like when you're comparing it to that, it looks fucking amazing, and then you go from like shit like that to fucking Idaten and Dragon Maid 2, and you're like, oh my, it's like a whole new fucking world has been opened up to you. It's like you can never fucking go back. But that's an unfortunate rarity in the current anime industry.
Yeah, I will say Dragon Maid S knocks Remain out of the park, although we kind of expected that. But yeah, I'd say Remain overall has a good first episode, and I am definitely willing to watch more of it.
I didn't dislike what I saw. Well, I liked it up to a point, like all the stuff with him trying to like cope with the consequences of coming out of this coma and trying to like get into back into school and catch up on all the shit that he's missed. Like that part I liked, but then as it was slowly getting like slipping back into a water polo sports anime, I was like, I don't care about this part of the show, and I know that this is what the show is going to become. So what's the point of continuing if I know it's going to turn into something that I don't like?
See, I think the main part we really disagree with is like the main character. I think your ability to continue to enjoy the show is probably going to depend on how much you can get behind the main character. And at least for me, I like the protagonist. He's not the best character this entire season. He's not even the best protagonist of the season. But he is, in my opinion, from what I've seen, a good enough character for me to want to continue watching the show. And hey, maybe he won't get expanded upon at all, and I'll end up being like, damn, this had potential, but no, I hate it now. I'm on episode 5, and he's just the same fucking guy saying the same fucking things, not changing at all, and not being interesting. You know, maybe that'll happen. It probably will, let's be honest. But at least for this first episode, I am on board with this.
That's I cannot bring myself to say anything else about Remake. I just thought it just kind of got boring by the end.
I don't really have anything else to say either.
Alright, then we'll move on to the next one. Hey fellas, Neon from the future here. This podcast is too hot to contain to just 4 hours, so we had to split up the rest of it into a second episode. It'll go live in a couple days, so y'all better tune your asses back into the second half of the first episode of Castaway Anime. That's what we're calling it now. We figured it out afterward. I'm NeonManta, and you'll see us next time.